Alright, folks, and we are live. Let me know if I'm robo-voice. I shouldn't be. I tested it this morning before I started. Hey, Noor. That actually is... Okay, so that's the XCOM soundtrack, but it's for the European version of the game, which was released under the name UFO Enemy Defense. It's the UFO, or UFO Enemy Unknown. So it's the UFO OST, essentially, and it's a little bit different. But let's pause that for now, because we are about to kick things off. And as I recall, we were kicking things off having just completed a mission and heading back home, all in peace and harmony. We've actually got radar coverage, or rather hyperwave decoder coverage, over most of the globe at this point, which is nice. South America, Southern Africa, and most of Oceania still isn't covered, as well as like Alaska, little fragments of Siberia. But beyond that, we've got pretty good radar these days, which is great. Now, that does mean that we can get a lot more missions if we want to. In the last episode, actually, I think we only did about a month. So, hoping to do more than that today. But, we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. Hey, Tyrant. Hey, Triff. Glad to hear it. Good. I think I haven't figured out what's causing that problem, but I think I figured out how to stop it, which is nice. In terms of what we've got in the base, we've got almost 100 extra living space, as well as 50 more space in the labs and some more workshop space, so we need to go on a little bit of a hiring spree, I think. Now, I don't have anyone coming in right now, so I am going to hire 8 more soldiers, which will bring us up to 30. I'm also going to hire 20 more scientists, and then, like, 10 more engineers for right now. In terms of manufacture, I'm not making anything to make money right at the moment. I've got everybody making laser cannon tanks, a couple of them, and the plasma beams. I'm actually going to cut back on the laser cannon tank production real briefly, in an effort to get the plasma beams done. Well, I may have actually spent too much money. What could I sell? I want to keep the heavy plasmas. I have some spare plasma pistols, I guess, and some bodies. Let's sell some muton corpses. Let's sell the mine probes. We don't need many of them at all, and the aliens will continually carry them and bring them back. We are pretty good on Illyrium. We've got 85 Illyrium right now, which is fantastic. Hey, Shrike. And we also have 37 alien grenades. We could research alien grenades to get, like, bigger boom in a portable package. That wouldn't be terrible. And we've got a lot of small launchers and stun bombs. We don't need all that many small launchers. Probably 4 will be enough for the rest of the game. And let's also sell some of the plasma pistols, just to get some operating funds. There we go. Okay, so our plasma cannons are complete. Our plasma beams, rather. So let's re-equip our craft. Interceptor 1 already has 1. We're going to give it another plasma beam. That leaves 2. Now, what we could do with this, I'm actually going to play an efficiency game real quick, because I have an interceptor here in Mar-a-Largo. I'm going to equip it with... I'm going to transfer 1 plasma beam over to Mar-a-Largo and 1 to Corona Nostra, and I'm just going to equip those interceptors with 1 plasma beam each. Hey, Gidgey. The reason for doing that is the plasma beam actually outranges almost all UFOs. It doesn't outrange battleships, and I think there are some of the other large UFOs, like supply ships, can potentially shoot back at you, but not very effectively. So, by giving these guys plasma beams, they'll be able to, like, snipe down smaller UFOs without being at risk still. Hey, Pear, hey, Zergablock. Good to see ya. So, let's transfer 1 plasma beam to Mar-a-Largo for $87. Let's transfer 1 plasma beam. It doesn't have any storage space over here in Corona Nostra. That's right. We need to build a general stores to do that. In terms of manufacturing, we need to get back to making money with our engineers. So let's set them to produce laser cannons for cash, and we'll take a few days to do that. The plasma beam, take away the other avalanche missile, and we can just sell those. We've got a heavy weapon rocket launcher, heavy weapon platform with a rocket launcher here. We've got 6 laser rifles. We need some more laser rifles because we have more troops than that, and we could also use some human weapons. Like rocket launcher. Let's buy 2 of those. And like 12 heavy rockets. For defensive purposes, let's also buy some prox grenades. You know, just in case. I think, like I said, I think there are mods out there that will enable you to play TFTD effectively. But I don't have any of them right now. So by all means, go ahead. I may do it. I may examine the possibilities and see if I can do a TFTD run for y'all's cruel amusement after this. We'll see. I've got an interceptor coming to Corona Nostra. Hey, Boom Kicker, I'll name somebody after you. Once I get some more soldiers. I've got some coming in. Day and a half. Okay, so we've got our 2 laser cannon tanks, which is great. We're gonna set everybody on making laser cannons for right now. I think... oh, actually, I would like some more power suits. So let me make it like 30 people making plasma cannons, or laser cannons. I have 55 Illyrium, which isn't much, but... I can make like 8 more power suits. That's fine. And we finished research on the stun bomb. Great, so the stun bomb does 90 stun damage. This is the same kind of damage that smoke inhalation does. But it subtracts directly from your HP, so the way stun damage works in this game is a little weird. Stun damage, let me rephrase that. Stun damage doesn't detract from your HP. It doesn't subtract, that's the word I'm looking for. I can say words. Stun damage does not subtract from your HP. Stun damage is effectively a ticker that counts up along your HP bar, and if at any time your current HP is less than the amount of stun damage you have, you fall unconscious. If you're unconscious, your stun damage decreases over time, and if it gets below your total HP, you stand back up again. So a stun bomb, generally, can hit a healthy alien hard enough that they will go down in one hit, generally. Like 60-70% of the time, depending on the alien. But they will stand back up again after a few rounds. Now, stun bombs are quadruply effective on large monsters like Reapers because of the way explosions and multi-tile creatures work in this game, which is that each of those 4 squares that the creature occupies gets hit by the full... The square that you actually hit gets the full damage, and then each of the other 3 squares get splash damage, which is close to the full amount because they're right there. Right next to the impact point. So... did I already research the small launcher? I think I did. Excellent, so I can now use those to take prisoners. So on missions where I want to take prisoners, I can now deploy small launchers and stun bombs. Let's research... the Martian solution wouldn't be bad. I have all these living aliens that I could research that I really don't honestly need. But let's now research UFO construction. Because that will open up some very interesting future research opportunities. And some very interesting future projects. We'll do UFO construction. After that, we'll probably do blaster launchers and, blaster launchers, blaster bombs, and then flying suits, I think. Yeah, I don't have any psionics, unfortunately. Yeah, so we can now produce small launchers and stun bombs, and we can also use them. Excellent, Mar-a-Largo's got some of its defense units. Corona Nostra has gotten an interceptor. And we got some more troops in Corona Central. So, speaking of troops, we have the Great Dane. The Great Dane is a mook. Also a coward. Sorry, dude, but Bravery 10. Reaction's okay, but not fantastic. Firing accuracy, fairly low, to be honest. Strength is middling. Time units are alright. Stamina a little bit low. Health is high, which is good. Yes, smoke also does small amount of stun damage. Ben, version for iOS, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a conversion. If you check OpenXCom, I think OpenXCom may have a download for Macs. I'm not sure. Maybe it's only for Windows and Linux. Sorry, I honestly don't know very well. Let's also equip the Sky Ranger. We're going to take off some of the crew, because we're going to put a tank on there. So right now we have... Actually, I'm just going to empty it out, and we'll reload it before we send it out on the next mission, I think. But we are going to put a laser cannon tank on there. We've got 2 rocket launchers. We've got the laser pistols. We'll put on 1 autocannon as well. So we'll have 3 heavy weapons guys. Actually, no. We only need 1 rocket launcher. So 1 autocannon, 1 rocket launcher, 4 heavy lasers. And then if we only have 8 people, we only need a couple of heavy plasmas. We'll modify the loadout as we need for the next mission. Triff wants revenge. Geji wants a second soldier. Tyron wants to sign up. Okay. So let's... So we've got Geji Janko, who is a heavy weapons guy, very high strength, and decent reactions as well. We've got Triff, who is a grunt. And we have Tyron, who is a scout. A cowardly one, but a scout. Decently high reactions, okay time units. That'll be fine. And it looks like things are quiet. But, unfortunately, our debts, because of our maintenance cost is incredibly high because of all these planes now, are much higher than our income. So we have to reduce our debts below $1 million or the project will be terminated. Brazil has actually reduced its financial commitment. Everyone else has increased. It went up by almost $1 million. We had a really, really good month this last month. Max, what weapons stay relevant at the late game, or do you just hand... okay, so in the vanilla game, you pretty much just hand everyone a heavy plasma and call it a day. Rocket launchers stay relevant almost to the end, although they are to some extent superseded by blaster launchers. Blaster bombs are expensive. They cost Delirium, or you have to capture them. Laser rifles stay relevant because they make just because they make things simple. They do enough damage to stay relevant, and they require no ammunition, and they can auto-fire and are fairly accurate. That's pretty much the triumvirate. Explosive weapons, laser rifles, and heavy plasma. In this game, heavy lasers are also going to be relevant because they hit really hard. So, I do have negative funds at the moment, which is a problem because it means I won't be able to manufacture. That's actually a serious problem. Okay, so... shit. Didn't really think about that, and I should have. I'm going to get rid of the Interceptor and Corona Nostra. So I won't be paying maintenance on that. That will help a little bit, but then we need to take some missions and get some shit going on. Scion! You wanted to be a trooper. How did that... I mistyped that. 1 second. Scion is a sharpshooter. Scion is very, very good. Actually, look at this. High time units, high stamina, high health. Bravery, not the worst. Very high reactions, extremely high firing accuracy. Not very strong, but that's okay. Perilous Pair. No, if they terminate if they, like, cut you off, you're done. Like, the game ends. So, what that just means that before next month, I need to make a whole bunch of money, which is absolutely doable. Like, that won't be a problem. I've got an extra plasma beam. So I'm gonna put it on you. Take that avalanche off. Interceptor 1 has 2 plasma beams. I'm gonna sell my avalanches. I will never need avalanches again. I've got that rocket launcher tank. I'm sorry, laser cannon tank. I've also got a bunch of spare laser rifles that I could potentially either sell or ship over to our buddies, but right now, of course, I can't ship anything because I'm broke. I'm gonna sell the plasma pistols to help out. Honestly, I'm not using them. And it looks like the aliens are still using them, so I'll capture a few more if for some reason I decide I want them. I guess I'll keep 2 and like 12 clips. I'll sell those. I don't need that many UFO navigations, so I'm gonna sell off a bunch of them. Especially because I will take more from more UFOs. I always like to keep some in the bank, but I don't need that many. And honestly, I'm probably not going to research these corpses, and I will get more of them, so I'm going to sell the Muton corpse and the Snake Man corpse. I'll keep these around just for fluff research. The Sectoid, the Floater, the Chrysalid, the Reaper. I'll sell those two. And I'll sell some of my alien grenades. And we're positive. Only slightly positive, but we are indeed positive. And we're at good research on UFO construction, which is fantastic. Okay, another Retaliation scout. We're gonna shoot this one down. We're just gonna blow him up. Because we don't want him coming and finding us. Come on. Come on. And crash land. Okay. That should be a milk run, but we're gonna do it just because I really, really want the money. We've got the laser tank. Against Snake Man, actually, we're gonna leave the autocannon behind. The autocannons are reaching the end of their usefulness. We'll keep some in storage just in case for, you know, events. But we've got the laser cannon tank, got a rocket launcher. We'll have 6 more troops. So we'll take 3 heavy lasers. I'm not going to expend heavy plasma clips on this. We'll take 3 heavy lasers and 3 laser rifles. And I don't need prisoners from them, so we're not taking the small launchers or the stun bombs or the stun rods. Now, for who we want to take with us, let's take rookies. Sharpshooter, 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 heavy weapons guy, and a couple of grunts. So the 3 sharpshooters will have heavy lasers. The other guys will have, you know, lesser weapons. Then we'll take Tyron. We'll take William Ryder, Tui, and Gidgey. Okay, so yes, we have 10 soldiers, rocket launcher, 3 heavy lasers. Make it 3 heavy lasers, and then 7 laser rifles. I can math, I promise. We could even take 2 tanks and 6 soldiers, but I think that would be too few. And in terms of armor, we want everyone to have power suits. I could still make the rookies wear personal armor. Oh my god, there's 2 Gidgey Jonkos. Okay, we're gonna have to get one of these guys killed. I've made a mistaken error. Yeah, Gidgey, you already had a soldier. Come on, man. Don't be greedy. Yeah, okay, I actually am gonna put the rookies in personal armor. Nah, I'll put them in power suits. I won't be that cruel. The only problem with putting everybody in power suits is the expense. Gidgey, how could you mislead me like this? I trusted you. I thought you were my friend. And while we're doing this, I'm also going to make sure that everybody over here is in personal armor. Okay, I need 1 from Galdir down. So I need 2 more sets of personal armor in Mar-a-Largo. Honestly, those guys won't save this base if it's attacked. But we'll keep filtering equipment over to Mar-a-Largo, and eventually it will be able to. So we're going to send over, like, 8 suits of personal armor to them. Okay. Let's hit that crash site. Take out these snake men. Yeah, I'll rename the second Geji. I'll rename the second Geji to somebody else. Once somebody else asks for a troop, we'll go ahead and do it. So, yeah, sharpshooter. Sharpshooter. Grunt gets a laser rifle. You two both get smoke. I'm just gonna put those in the standard kit here. Sharpshooter. Flare. That, you're already overweight at that point, so okay. Laser rifle. Flare. Smoke. Great Dane. Laser rifle. Medkit. Smoke. Flare. Smoke. Proxmine. Others soon to not be Geji anymore. Rifle, medkit. Did you get a medkit? You did not get a medkit because you're overweight. Alright, I'm gonna give you a medkit. I know it'll make you overweight, but it'll make you grow up big and strong. Scion should have a... Well, I'm gonna give Scion a laser rifle because I only brought 3 heavy lasers. I think everyone who has a heavy laser is a sharpshooter, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. And you can carry an extra rocket in your backpack. As can Tui. As can Dane. And we're good. Alright. Are there gonna be chrysalids here? No. There will not be chrysalids here. Fortunately. There will only be snake men. Let's throw a snapshot down there. There are definitely buildings, though. We're completely, like, boxed in with buildings. Which is never great. Prime that, throw it on the ground. It doesn't look like they're waiting for us, which is good. But, just in case, I'm going to follow standard procedure. Get everybody up there, and... Okay. Pop the smoke. Ugh, voice crack. Yeah, honestly, the tank is actually going to have trouble moving on this map without making holes. Where's our rocket launcher, speaking of making holes? And nearly to the back. We're going to split into 2 teams right from the start. One team's going to go this way, one team's going to go that way. They'll sweep all the way around and meet down at the bottom corner. We've got plenty of kind of sharpshooter power, like long-range fire. Hey, Pedro, nope, this is our first mission. Put that in your pocket. That window could potentially have an alien shoot out of it, so I'm going to physically block it with my giant tank. This tank, by the way, has more armor than the previous one by a little bit. Not as much as hover tanks, though. And then Patui will come down here. Honestly, debarking is the most dangerous part of most missions. Like, many XCOM missions end with a whole bunch of people being killed on debarkation. Can be bad. You just be there so you can shoot through that open door if someone comes through. Now, Geji. I'd like you to blow up a building, but I'd like to do it in a safe way, and I don't have the time units to do it in a safe way, so for right now, just hang out. Just hang out under the Sky Ranger, being comfortable. Snowwolfer, this tank is actually not very efficient at destroying buildings. This is a laser tank, so it doesn't fire rockets, it fires single laser snapshots. So yes, I can definitely put holes in buildings with it, but destroying buildings and making, like, things I can move through, that is the job of the rocket launcher. But yeah, I will say, Scion, popping the smoke is hugely, hugely valuable for letting you get off the Sky Ranger without being murdered. Oh god. Okay, we did get some counterfire at least. But we lost Great Dane before it happened. Come on, Bill. You should have been watching. Should have been Frosty. Here's what we're gonna do then. We're actually gonna use the rocket to open up this building. I want everybody a little bit further away and facing towards the rocket before we do that. Just in case. The frontal glacis of power armor will definitely repel, you know, misses. There we go. And, yep, found one. Okay. No joy. Excellent. Now, so there were at least two in here. We killed one and it looks like blew up his weapon, unfortunate. And we killed a second up top. This was a small scout crash, so there shouldn't be many of them. Triff. Hug the wall. Edgy, face downwards. Tyron. Take a position right here, where you can at least fire a snapshot. Other Gedgy, soon to be renamed. Come down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's everybody. Deorod, I want you up here looking outwards from the smoke. And I want Scion doing something similar. Scion, this isn't completely unmodded. I am using some of the OpenXCOM modification options, but not many. This is pretty close to the true experience. Hey, just in time, thanks for the $5, man. Really appreciate you. Yeah, things I changed. I've got the thing where it shows you, like, the little arrows. That's not in the base game. But it's a really, really handy quality of life feature, so it lets you confirm your movement so you don't accidentally move your troops all over the place. I've got the heavy laser mob that makes the heavy laser actually useful instead of a huge waste of time and effort. And what else? I do have one, like, actual mod. The actual, or an option that I would consider, like, a real gameplay-changing mod. It's the one that lets you store infinite items on the Sky Ranger instead of having a very strict 80-item limit. I just never liked that kind of, like, micromanagement. I don't put everything on the Sky Ranger. The reason it can be gameplay-altering is it can allow you to abuse the game by just piling everything you own on the Sky Ranger and never having to worry about general storage. I don't do that. I think it's fine. Can't you make it show you time units as well? Yes, you can. I don't. It's just not something I worry about too much. That is an option. It's perfectly possible. I just haven't done it. Can I... Yeah, I know there's no line of fire. That's why I want you to do it. Get the laser cannon tank rolling out that way. Okay. So, let's load up another rocket. Scion has a spare rocket that he should probably throw over at some point here, but for right now, let's just get sharpshooters up against the fence. Oh, hello. Hello, neighbor. Nope, missed. Okay, so let's bring the laser tank down here. So it'll have a nice clear line of fire. The laser tank is not very accurate, but it does almost as much damage as the laser cannon. And it has, of course, the armor to tank shots. Looks like there's 2 of those guys with heavy plasmas. It could probably tank a couple hits from heavy plasmas, but not many. Otter, a lot of people have asked me about Xenonauts. I have not played it yet. I have nothing particular against it, just have never played it. I probably will at some point, but not right now. 25 time units to fire a rocket. With a snapshot. Excellent. Great. I loved that. That was exactly what I wanted. Okay, that was a stun, not a kill. But that's fine. That was a kill, and that was the mission. Okay, so, killed 3 aliens, 5 corpses, 1 live, recovered, got 7 artifacts, and unfortunately we did lose a guy. But, you know what? Overall, pretty good mission. William Ryder gained 4 points of strength for some reason. And we lost the Great Dane. Shot down in his prime. Tragic. Really tragic. We should get probably some more... Well, I'll hold off for a second till we get the plane back, and we can see what we're missing on it. Yeah, we lost a med kit. We need some more procs and smoke grenades. And what else? I think we're good on other munitions, I guess. I don't know why we have 3 laser pistols when we only have 1 rocket launcher on board. Just in time, yes, it's a joke that, like, literally, XCOM AIM is a meme. Has been for a long time. Let's buy a whole bunch more smoke, some more procs. Procs stay useful for a long, long time. Some more stun rods, and some more flares, just because they are expendable, they do get used up. And let's buy some more large rockets just in case. Okay, Mar-a-Lago's gotten some more personal armor, and we finished manufacturing power suits at Corona Central, which is great. We've got the laser cannons making money for us. Beyond that, let's make a couple more medkits real quick. That'll take 12 hours. I'm just going to keep cutting down the engineers until it starts to take more time. Okay, 14 hours, that's fine. Put all these guys on the laser cannons. Great. And now we're going to assign everybody to make laser cannons and just make some money. And we have hit UFO construction research. This is a good one. So, UFO construction. Alien craft consists of 3 main components: the power source, the navigation system, and the hull. That's a big simplification, but okay. So, the hull's designed so that you can control it with gravity waves. So you need Illyrium to fuel it. That's the thing. But it's now possible to build them once we do the proper research. So we can now research new fighter craft, which has to be done. So we are going to research new fighter craft with all of our might and get ready to go on it. More alien retaliation scouts. Once again, we're going to shoot it down. Because the alien retaliation scouts don't land, so there's no point waiting for them to land. And that is a crash landing. And yeah, I can go get it. Once again, it won't be a super profitable mission, but it will be a decent mission. We still got 4 rookies on the team. I am going to take away Sergeant Gedgy. Still need a replacement name for Gedgy. By the by. We'll replace him with Pedro. And having one sergeant is always good to prevent morale shocks when something terrible goes wrong. Yes, Pedro, you build your own UFOs. You build several of them, actually. And I will also bring Oneiros. That's 2 heavy weapons, guys. Actually, I'll bring Noor instead. Same equipment seems reasonable to me. We've got the laser cannon tank, we've got a rocket launcher, we've got the laser rifles, and the heavy lasers. I'm actually going to bring 4 heavy lasers, I think, and 1 fewer rifles. And that should be fine. Once again, don't need to take prisoners here. Justin, you're not somebody in here already, are you? No? Okay. We're going to rename this guy. Good old just-in-time heavy weapons guy. Yeah, Nick, of course you can make spacecraft, but not night vision. What do you think we are, aliens? Come on. Makes perfect sense. Alright, let's go send the Sky Ranger to the crash site. Take out these damn dirty snake men. Only thing we really need to check is to make sure that everybody's equipment is ship-shape. Scion needs that, because he's a sharpshooter. Scout, Grunt. Noor gets a laser rifle. And a smoke. Akers, Tui, Deorod. Deorod is still weighed down. He needs to kill somebody. I'd level his strength up. Just in Time is a heavy weapons guy, but doesn't get a heavy weapon because Pedro has the rocket launcher, so Just in Time gets a laser rifle instead. He's not very accurate. Are there any sharpshooters who don't have heavy lasers? No? Okay, well, we'll give Triff a heavy laser. Whoop! Under fire. Wow, we are bracketed. Super, super bracketed. Yikes. That was, whew. That was a thing, alright. They are waiting for us. So, if anybody's wondering why it is that I talk about debarkation being so deadly still at this point, that's why. That right there is why. That kind of crossfire would absolutely have killed power armored soldiers. And now, it is time. Hi, Snake Man. Can I kill you? So this is the corner. I know there are some over there, but it looks like they've moved away. Oh, that's the UFO right there. Okay. And yeah, that guy did have a heavy plasma. Oh, fuck. How did I not see him? That guy doesn't have a heavy plasma. I think that one has a pistol, so it looks like they're still... We're not in, like, extreme use of heavy plasma territory. We are very much in the blow-up snake men with rockets territory. Oh my god, he lived. Fuck you, Snake Man. Rolled low on my damage, I guess. Put the pistol in your hand. You can't fire it right now, but having it is still good. Put the pistol in your hand and walk away a little bit. Acres. Excellent. Yeah, that was a plasma rifle he had. Let's duck Acres into some cover. Louis, put that in your goddamn belt. When will we get this game remastered? That would be nice. That would be really, really nice. Okay, I think actually he did have a heavy plasma. So that's 3 down right off the bat. Patui's just going to stay here and kind of take cover behind the ramp. Bill Ryder will debark like that, so he's facing the door, so if anyone comes out, he at least has a chance of reaction fire. And everyone else is going to get off on the opposite side. Because I think we've cleared everybody who had a real neat firing lane to the corner. So we're going to run for the corner and kind of take a little bit of cover there, as it were. I'll be honest, I have Tiberian Sun, of course, because it was a free download a couple years ago. I may well, I've been thinking about, oh, fuck. Hi, buddy. I've been seriously thinking about playing Tiberian Sun on the channel as well, because, honestly, that was a great game. I love Tiberian Sun. Good job, Triff. Good job with the whole shooting aliens thing. Get down and kneel. And Tyron. Hey, Orange. I'm pretty far in the game, to be honest. There are still a bunch of things we have to do. I would call this like the late mid-game. We're at the point where we are kind of on par with the aliens in a lot of ways, but we don't have the stuff that I need to be confident in taking out like battleships and alien bases yet. Also, I haven't found any alien bases. Like, nobody has pulled out of the project yet. There's been no indication of alien bases, so I don't know. It's interesting. Seems like there's still a couple of them at least. Put that in your pocket. Bill Ryder... Oh, I turned too far, damn. Bill Ryder and Scion are going to get ready to breach. In the meantime, yes, Jack Black, I was running for the corner because it has the best odds of being out of enemy sightline. So, you can only see people up to 20 squares away. And if aliens can't see you, they can't shoot you. So if you shoot an alien, they know where you are, and other people can then return fire at you. But if you move far enough, you confuse that. Snow Wolfer, I am playing on Superhuman, so the highest difficulty level. SDK, of course I'll win the game. Like, me beating the game isn't really... It would take something unusual happening for me to lose at this point. Unusual things that might happen. If a bunch of ethereals attacked my base, I might lose. Because I don't have blaster bomb launchers yet. Blaster bombs are what kind of make it relatively easy to hold a properly designed base. On account of you can just blaster bomb the places where they can come in. Other things that might cause me to lose. Honestly, that's close to it. Like, the loss condition for the game really is either you lose all your soldiers and all your bases, and all your money, or the aliens set up so many bases that they have taken over all of the, like, council nations that fund you, and you stop being able to make money. If all of the council nations go, then you've lost and the game ends. So, you know, I don't think any of those things are going to happen, but it's possible. Perilous Pair. What else do you need flying suits for? They're cool as shit, man. That's what you need them for. You need them so you can fly around in power armor. Also, flying suits make possible some interesting tactics. Like, for example, if you have a UFO like this, and you have flying suits, you can actually make a dynamic entry through the roof, which can catch aliens off guard if they're watching the door. You can also, on intact UFOs... virus protection. Okay, that's fine. On intact UFOs, you can use a blaster bomb to break a hole in the outer hull of the UFOs. They're the only weapon that can do that. And then you can get a flying soldier in through there so you can assault the top level of multi-level UFOs, simultaneous with breaching the door. That can be incredibly useful, because, like, on battleships are 3 stories tall, and they have 4, like, nacelles, as well as a central lift. And the aliens watch that central lift if you attack a landed battleship. They are watching it like hawks. The first people up the lift are almost always going to die unless you can put explosives up there first. So being able to make a hole in the top and come in through another angle is also really useful. Alright, so I think that's pretty much everybody. Alright, breaching. I see 2 dead snakes, no live ones. I haven't heard any doors for a couple of rounds. So that makes me think that there's no one here. But it's always possible there's someone here, so I'm gonna put Scion in this corner. Oh, well, there's someone. Hi, friend. Come on, Tui. Tui, what the fuck is wrong with you? Dirod. There we go. Dirod got the kill. Good, I needed him to get a kill. Scion. No, height doesn't confer, like, a numerical bonus of any kind. Now, height is good if you're firing explosive weapons, because if I'm up on... So, XCOM's aiming system is actually really cool. XCOM traces every projectile. So there's no hit scan weapons, nothing. Every projectile is traced in a line from you towards your target. If you hit your accuracy percentage, then the shot follows the closest, shortest line from you directly to the target, and scores a hit. If it doesn't, if you fail that percentage roll, you get deviation. And so the round can deviate in 3-dimensional space. It can deviate up and down. And it flies somewhere, you know, in that area. And the degree of deviation is largely random at that point. But what's interesting is, first of all, the percentages are always underestimates of your actual hit chance. Because the deviation can be very small. So I could shoot, like, if Just in Time here fired at this Snake Man, he has, like, a 26% chance of a hit, a snapshot. 26% chance is just straight center of mass, right? But then, the deviation is, you know, like a cone, this big or so. And he could deviate by a small enough amount that the shot still intersects with the Snake Man, in which case it still hits. So there is a small additional chance for the shot to hit. If it misses, of course, it can go pretty much anywhere, including into the ground. If you're up on a hill, if I'm up here, and I fire a rocket at that Snake Man, then the cone of aim is tilted downwards. So the rocket is very likely, even if it misses, to hit the ground somewhere around the Snake Man and blow up, and then it will catch the Snake Man in its AoE and still do some damage. This is also why, if you're firing explosives at a single enemy target, like with Pedro, I wouldn't do this with Pedro right now, but if I wanted to hit this Snake Man with a rocket with Pedro, you may have seen me aim at the square next to the Snake Man. That's because that tilts the aim cone down because he's shooting at the ground instead of at the Snake Man. If he was shooting at the Snake Man and I fired the rocket and it missed, odds are it would just go past him on one side or the other. If he's firing at the ground in front of or to the side of the Snake Man and misses, odds are it will still hit somewhere in this region and do some damage. So, honestly, it's a very advanced system for the time. Doesn't help the fact that your troopers can still contrive to miss, like, every shot all the time. Okay, so that's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's a decent number of them. Scion, go there. Acres. Get in here and cover that door. Oh yeah, no, this game is honestly, like, for the time, I mean, like I said, this is a 1994 game. And for 1994, it's incredibly advanced. It's very, very cool. Like, there's a lot of reasons I still love this game after all this time. And a lot of the jankiness is actually kind of caused by the fact that they were doing all this neat stuff that other people weren't really trying to do at the time. Like alien behavior, the alien AI in this game is undeniably janky as hell, but it was by far the most advanced that had ever been seen. Like, the aliens actually do move around. They remember where your soldiers fired at them from. They try to flank you sometimes. They prefer areas of cover over, like, the open. It's honestly impressive, and it creates some great, like, horror movie moments. Aliens? Hello, aliens. There might be one just hiding in this closet. Nope, no one hiding in the closet. So the UFO is clear. Anthony Parker, what's your opinion of the new XCOM games? Solid games, fine games, not XCOM games. There he is. So, basically, to clarify, I have absolutely nothing against them as games, but to me, they don't represent, like, what XCOM was. And I do sort of resent that. Like, it feels to me like, with the new XCOM games, it feels like they had another concept and they kind of slapped the XCOM name onto it, which is fine, but... And I know that's not true. Like, I know a lot about the making of the new XCOM games, and they were legitimately trying to kind of give homage to the older games. I just don't feel that they succeeded. And they're... You know... I don't like them mostly because they don't do what I feel an XCOM game should do. Just like, this is what I feel an XCOM game should do. An XCOM game should generate this creepy, tense feeling that demands that you pay super close attention. It's not actually very random. It feels random, but it's not very random. And it's very simulationist, and I like that. The new XCOM games are very, like, action hero. Like, it's you and your four, you know, expendables taking on the alien hordes, kicking ass, taking names, chewing bubblegum. Which XCOM is not about. XCOM is like, it's you and your platoons. And if a platoon dies, well, that's really sad, but you've got more. Because you're a military organization and you're not going to stop fighting the war. Because you lost, like, 6 dudes. Good shot. Alright. Yep, we recovered another live alien. 12 artifacts, killed 8 aliens, got 10 corpses. Good mission. Very good mission. Daorad finally gained a little bit of strength, which is nice. Also, to be honest, and I'll say this about a lot of newer games, I think a lot of newer strategy games actually suffer from higher fidelity graphics. And I think XCOM is a decent example of that. Like, in XCOM, in the new ones, you know, Enemy Unknown, in those games, the higher fidelity graphics can be kind of a problem. Because you see things like, you know, when you're 5 feet away from an alien and you shoot at it, and your bullet just... because your bullet fails its hit chance percentage and just phases through the enemy's head, or when you're standing next to somebody and the barrel of your gun, like, pokes through their hitbox, all that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff is janky as hell. And I don't know, I just don't like it as much. Like, in this game, like, shit like that still happens, but it's kind of... it's harder to see, easier to forgive, and less common. Most of the time, if you miss, your troops are, yeah, they may be spraying fire wildly like spastics, but, you know, at least there's a reason, if that makes sense. Now, this UFO was scouting for a terror mission in Australasia, so it's gonna be down here somewhere. I would like to find it, because that was a Snake Man ship, and I don't really feel like having a chrysalid terror mission today. Unfortunately, I am not finding it. Yes, Pedro. There's a lot of strategies about psionic. He fucking got away from me. Can't really do much about it, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, he's outward bound. I'm gonna try to shoot him down, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can catch him. Like, I don't think I'll have an engagement window, because he's on his way back. If I can shoot him down on his way back before he gets away, I'll, like... So I'm gonna try to kind of match velocity with him a little bit. If I can shoot him down before he gets away, then the mission will fail, and they'll have to send another scout. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah, he's outrunning me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send Interceptor 1 to patrol over Australia and hope to catch the terror ship before it makes contact with its target. I don't know where it's going to come from, and I don't know when, but it's worth a try. Okay. Shit. I am gonna manufacture one more plasma beam. I'm gonna put like 50 guys on maintaining the money train. Let's make one plasma beam. Take 10 hours. And back to the laser cannons for making money. We're gonna equip this guy with a second plasma beam just so he can shoot down larger and stronger enemies. And we finished our research on new fighter craft. So, this is a one-man fighter that basically replicates the flying saucer, and here's the thing, right? Its maximum speed is 4,200, so it can actually catch any alien craft, even when they're moving very fast on their way to or from a mission. So, firestorms are very important. Here's the problem with firestorms. Fuel capacity 20, that fuel is Illyrium. It can't carry much of it, so it can't actually, it doesn't have as long a loiter time as interceptors. And of course it burns Illyrium for fuel. But it can hit as hard as interceptors. I think it's about the same, it's 5 times as hard to kill. and it moves twice as fast. So the Firestorm is super, super important. You also need to research all the other vessels, which is what we'll probably do. I don't need them just yet. First of all, I need to research blaster launchers. So we can now produce hover tanks, and we can produce the Firestorm. Hey, Jabro. Now, both of those require Illyrium. The hover tank actually requires a lot of Illyrium to manufacture. The Firestorm doesn't require Illyrium to make, but as I said, it requires Illyrium to fuel. It also requires an open hangar, so you have to get rid of another vehicle before you can make it. So I could make one of these, but I couldn't fuel it right now because of lack of Illyrium. Pedro, is there another upgrade to the Firestorm? Yes. There's two other vessels you can build. One of them is there's like an end game ship, and then there's a kind of an in-between mediocre ship called the Lightning. The Lightning isn't honestly very good, and I don't typically use it, but, you know, it's an option. What I should do as soon as I have the Illyrium is build a Plasma Hover Tank, because those are good. Alien Retaliation Scout, heading for Central Asia. We'll just hold on for a moment, because it's going to come. We're going to lose track of it for a second here, but then it's going to come back into radar. And we'll hit it with Interceptor 2. Also, by the way, I believe... Yeah, you can actually rename interceptors as well, and Sky Rangers and stuff, which I've never really bothered to do, but hey, if somebody wants to be an interceptor pilot, let me know. I'll put your name on an interceptor. I don't even care. Geji, I don't think I have surplus scientists. No, I don't have surplus scientists. They're all assigned. I have 30 extra lab space, so I could have more scientists, but I don't have any right at the moment. So we're going to shoot him down once again, because I don't want another base defense mission at the moment. And he's running away from me. Yes, all of the upgraded alien vessels burn Illyrium. Absolutely all of them, so Illyrium is really essential. Should I go in and get that guy? In some ways it's kind of a waste of time, but it's not really costing me anything to do. I've already assigned the extra tank. It's just a few more snake men and I'll be able to steal their guns. So you can see our heavy plasma and heavy plasma clip storage is getting pretty full. Oh, Morib, you want to be a Sky Ranger? Okay. Good old Morib. Snowwolfer, we only have one Sky Ranger. So we're gonna give you an interceptor. Actually, aren't you a soldier? Hold on. Well, not here. You may be in one of the other bases. I'm gonna try to get new blood in before I, like, give people doubles, if that makes sense. But we'll see. Corona Nostra here. Got one hangar. I'm worried about maintenance costs is the thing. Because monthly costs here are, yeah, my maintenance monthly costs are almost 10 million. My income is less than 9 million, so I need to go another couple of months and make a whole bunch of money first. Alright, let's send in the Morib. Let's actually wait so it's not a nighttime mission first. There we go. And I think everything is just the same as it was before. We are going to want some smoke. I need to get more smoke grenades on the Sky Ranger. On the Morib, sorry. But let's prime that smoke. I don't think I can throw it over the tank. I'm pretty sure I can't. Oh, I can. Huh. I had tried that before and had it bounce off the tank, so possibly it's random. But tell you what. Let's get the smoke up and then we'll send the tank out. Okay, somebody in a house. Hello, friends. Hello. Okay, so we're on the side, but not in a corner. That's the corner. Yeah, we're pretty close to the corner. That UFO is destroyed. Yeah, I think I can do that, SDK. So yeah, the UFO is completely blown open. I don't believe I can name the tank. No, the tank is technically equipment. Hey, Tarako. Nice to see ya. No line of fire because the tank is in the way. Okay. What if we go down here? No line of fire because... Since when can't you shoot through fences? Come on now. Alright. Pedro. That's a low hedge. What do you need for a snapshot? 28? Ah, shit. I moved too far. Well, just blast away at him a little bit. Ah, there you go. Damn, Pedro, 2 hits. You're a monster. Acres. Good old Acres. You only need 19 for a snapshot. And a snapshot is all you needed. So, like I said, I heard a door. That's the only building I see. That might be that guy who came out of a door either right here or right here. Otherwise... Kneel behind that fence. Get the sharpshooters deployed. I'm still kind of suspicious of the UFO as well. Even though it's destroyed like that, like the engine really let go. You can actually see the floor is blown up. William Ryder should actually look at the UFO just in case. Our friend Just in Time can take a little bit of cover there. Triff can get down this way. Tyrun, where can you go? Can you get behind the... You can get behind this stone wall. We are going to have to sweep and clear the wreckage of the UFO. And then Scion, probably our strongest soldier, in terms of stats, can just stand right there. Okay. Pedro. 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh god, 5 killed in the crash. Yikes. There should not be many left. Yeah, we're not going to get any Illyrium, unfortunately. But we can get some other stuff. Let's send the tank up this way. Okay. Drawing fire. There's the guy. Tui, I'm getting real tired of your no line of fire shit. And that was it. We only had to kill 2 of them. 5 of them were already dead. We only recovered 2 alien alloys. But that's the thing about these missions. These missions are basically just free training. Like, hey, Phaonix. So... What I mean by that is just that, like, they're not very dangerous. Like, you can still lose somebody, certainly, but odds are much lower. The rewards are low, but the stat points are the same. And you can see, like, a couple people got a point of accuracy. Somebody got a point of throwing accuracy, which is funny. We got a couple points of strength, some time units, some stamina. That's all good. The only reason not to take them is just that they take up time. Alright, we've got the blaster launcher. These stats don't matter. The blaster launcher is a guided missile launcher. You generate waypoints, and then you click the launch icon, and it goes exactly where you aimed it. So now let's research the blaster bomb. In terms of who is dead, let's look at the memorial here. The Great Dane is the only one who's died today in this playthrough. Gamaran, this session rather. Gamarama, Lich Tarako, Jack Black. Lich Tarako, the commander, was murdered fairly recently, last month. All the way back to Toroko Dono, who was the first person to bite it on the 11th of January. Overall, we've lost 47 soldiers out of 86 recruits. Excuse me. So we're actually moving back towards a 50% casualty rate, which is nice. Right now, Dark is our commander. Ethan King wants a soldier. I think we can do that. Because, no, you already have a soldier, Ethan King. You got it. You got a guy. You're right here. Can the blaster bomb sway out of the guided path? Yes, it does sway slightly. So, don't fire around tight corners. More alien retaliation. They will just keep coming. I'm starting to be kind of tempted to let them find me again so I can just fight the battle now that I have blaster bombs. Can we see confirmed kills? Yes, we can. We can go through that. Just a second. Let's shoot down this guy. I'm actually just going to splash him into the water. Because I don't feel like going and taking out another wrecked Snake Man UFO. Here we go. Yeah, somebody else did want to be named after and have an interceptor named after them, and I forget who it was, so please tell me again. So, blaster bomb. Alright, let's look at the stats on this thing. Yeah, 200 high explosive damage. That is just under twice the damage of a heavy plasma blast. The heavy plasma is 115, so yeah, the blaster bomb does a crap ton of damage. It is immensely dangerous. Immensely powerful, rather. But also, you have to be really, really careful about friendly fire with the blaster bombs. And we can now research fusion missiles, We can now research fusion missiles, but we probably won't. In terms of what we can research, let's go ahead and research... Mind probe's not a terrible idea for the later missions. Let's go ahead and research flying suits, actually. Okay, I can now manufacture those. They cost, as you can see, so blaster launchers just cost alien alloys, so they're actually really easy to make. They do cost 90 grand to build. And then blaster bombs cost 3 Illyrium each. In terms of sales, blaster launchers sell for 144 grand, so you can make money making them, but they're not as efficient as laser cannons. Let's... it was Serdong Knight, wasn't it? Who wanted to be an interceptor? Let me just check to make sure I don't have a Serdong Knight in service right now. I don't think so. Yeah. Alright, Serdong Knight. Thank you for your service. We appreciate your work with us. Ballin Stalin wants to be a soldier. Thanks for the $5, dude. Appreciate you. Good old Ballin Stalin. Ballin Stalin is a mook. Like, really pretty mooky, to be totally honest. I knew you died at least once, Sir Dong, but I just didn't remember exactly when or how. There's been a lot of casualties, alright? These things happen. Okay. So, the Mutons are gonna try to put down a base in... North America, in the USA. Or, well, it might be in Canada. So, this is how alien infiltration works. A whole bunch of scouts show up. Then a supply ship shows up. Then a battleship shows up. When the battleship shows up, boom, the base is in automatically. You can't do anything about it. If you somehow manage to shoot down all of the scouts and the supply ship, you can stop the base from being created. But if you do that, they'll just restart the process. So the base will eventually go in as soon as this event fires. I think this scout will actually land. Oh god, I did not mean to do that. I forgot that I was still on an hour time. Fuck, okay. So, you actually do want a base to go in somewhere eventually. Now, of course, the USA provides a huge chunk of our funding, so losing that would be a little bit of a problem. But not that much of a problem, since most of our money now comes from selling laser cannons to African warlords. Or, you know, like Yugoslavian warlords, you know, Balkans, something like that, Central Asia, whatever. Warlords is my point. Just people who will take our guns and use them to shoot people. We sell laser cannons to them. So, I'm probably going to try to, when I see the supply ship, I'm going to try to catch the supply ship, but I'd like to catch it on the ground. Flying a Sky Ranger from the other side of the world is very tricky with that kind of thing. But it's what's going to have to be, because I don't want to transfer all of our soldiers over to Mar-a-Lago. I don't think they have the, I mean, they do have the living quarters space for them, but that would take a lot of time, and their storage space might be limited. But that will be a big, big mission. Balin, how did you die? I'm not sure. Balin Stalin, you died on the 8th of May. You were the only casualty on that day, so probably just a random shot. In terms of diary, here you can see all of the missions, the ratings that we got, that this person participated in. You can see this person last, Dark, the commander, last participated in the base defense last month. Anti-Magnus participated in the base defense. So did Mark Spitz. So all these guys haven't been on missions since the base defense. Mohammed has been on 2 missions since then, including that terror site that we ran away from. Squid was at the terror site, Ethan King was at a landing site on the 25th, etc., etc. And you can also check performance and see where they were, what type they were, missions by UFO, their total score. Combat stats gives how many aliens they've killed by race and by rank. Ethan King has actually killed a leader, presumably a Muton or a Snake Man leader, and what weapon they used in the process. So actually, we can't do this for dead soldiers, I don't believe. Actually, maybe I can. Yeah, I can. So, 26% accuracy. So, Balin Stalin went on 8 UFO crash recoveries, including 2 terror ships. I think Balin was killed by a chrysalid. Yeah, I think Balin was killed by a chrysalid. Yeah, you did stun rod somebody, and your only missions were against chrysalids and snake men, so, okay. Okay, so, we're waiting for the rest of the North American infiltrators to show up, is what we're doing right now. And we finished research on the flying suit. Slightly better armor, 80% stun resistance, and lets you fly. Good stuff, can't afford to make any of it right now because I don't have any Illyrium. I would like, at this point, let's get the Martian solution done, because we will need it eventually. And like I said, I can't make any flying suits. So, Alien Retaliation, we're going to intercept that with Serdong Knight. Bring him down, Serdong Knight. There we go. That took 7 shots. That was a feisty one. I should probably go to this mission. But at the very least, I'm going to wait until night's over. Okay. Let's actually swap out the soldiers on our craft here. We'll swap out the sergeant, certainly. We'll also swap out a couple of the squaddies. We'll send Ball and Stalin. We'll send Nick. We'll send Jogiri, A to the K. And let's send Anti-Magnus. Because I do want to spread the experience around, if that makes sense. We'll send Phaonix. We'll send Ethan King. We'll send Azeral. And we'll make sure that they all have armor. I'm just going to start putting everybody in personal armor if they're not in power suits. Just so that, you know, if we get base invaded again, everybody has something on. Don't want to have more, like, naked soldiers running around if I can avoid it. I will, obviously, because I just don't have enough armor for everybody. Dark gets to stay in a power suit all the time, I think. Yeah, people, remember to do the armor again. Yeah, I'm remembering. Yeah, still got just our two nameless mooks don't have some kind of armor. And everybody who's going on the mission, of course, has power suits. In terms of guns, same gun loadout I think will be fine. You can see we can now take blaster launchers. I'm not going to because they cost Illyrium to fire and I won't need them. The heavy plasmas, I actually have 43 heavy plasmas in storage right now. I'm actually gonna... Let me sell some stuff, because I haven't been selling stuff. Let me sell the plasma rifles. I don't need them. Plasma pistols, I'll keep the ammo. Mind probes, sell a couple of those. Snake Man bodies, sell off a whole bunch of corpses. And heavy plasmas. I'm gonna keep all the clips, but I'm gonna sell off, like, 8 heavy plasmas. There we go. We are flush with cash. I'm actually going to spend some of that cash here real quick. Expanding bases. I'm going to get another hangar here in Mar-a-Largo. I'm going to get another general stores. And a living quarters and a workshop. So that Mar-a-Largo can start making money. Because we can set up living quarters and a workshop, hire some engineers, and have Mar-a-Largo start churning out laser cannons to help fund us. Snowwolfer, how expensive is armor exactly? Basic armor is cheap. Basic armor, like personal armor. Personal armor costs $22,000 and 4 alien alloys to make, and alien alloys is a renewable resource because you can make it for $3,000 a pop. So, standard armor, like standard just personal armor, costs like 30 grand. Power suits cost 5 Illyrium, which is a non-renewable resource, except you have to harvest it from aliens. Flying suits cost 16 Illyrium. So, they're expensive. Flying suits are very expensive. Pedro, yeah, missile defenses are pretty much useless. I'm not going to bother building them basically ever, anywhere. The only problem with this, actually, is it makes it hard to tell what is what. So I'm going to send... Let's send Morib. Let's actually wait a couple more minutes to make sure it'll be a daytime mission. Send Morib and we'll clean these guys out. Anti-Magnus can have that, and a backup. Ethan King can have that, and make that part of your standard kit. Azeral. You're actually a heavy weapons guy at this point, because you have a very high strength. I still need to get more smoke grenades on here. I've got to remember that. I need to go back and double check our consumables. Ballin Stalin, the Grunt. Sorry, Ballin, I'm not willing to send somebody out there with only pistols, so I am going to give you a heavy laser. Actually, what's your accuracy again? 41? Scrap that. I am going to give you a pistol. I need to find people with higher accuracy to give heavy lasers to. Give Azeral one, and give Nur one. But that frees up a laser rifle, so I'm going to give you a laser rifle because it's better than a pistol. For sure. Alright. Yeah, where do the scientists and engineers go? They run the fuck away. That guy's got a small launcher. Huh. Can I just shoot him? Well, I can shoot him, but it won't work. Okay, there goes the tank again. That's alright. He sucked up the fire. Now... oh boy. No, he's down. I can't fire over Anti-Magnus's head, unfortunately. If they were on the same plane, I could have Anti-Magnus crouch and have Azarel shoot over his head. That usually works. It's a little bit risky, but not much. But, since they would be shooting down to try and hit this guy, I can't do that. So he's probably going to fire a small launcher into the Sky Ranger. Fortunately, it won't do much because all our guys are in power armor and can't really take a whole lot of stun damage. Why does the tank always die first? Okay, so the tank always dies first because it's going out first. And on the first round, when you go out, all the aliens are they're just deployed. Many of them are going to be watching the Sky Ranger, and they all have full-time units, so they get their full reaction fire. Tanks... When I have a guy looking into the Sky Ranger like that, there's no point trying to keep the tank inside. Because, if I keep the tank inside, then that guy will spot for the other aliens, and they will just walk around and blow it up anyway. If the tank deploys outward immediately, it may be able to find other aliens to see them. And if it... hi. Hello. You're close. And if not, it's not going to take a whole lot more fire than it was already going to. Can I shoot you? Alright. Fuck. Hi, friend. There we go. Goodbye, friend. There's the UFO. Looks pretty intact. There is a heavy plasma on the ground here. Yeah, exactly. We build tanks. Tanks are always automatically at the front of the Sky Ranger no matter what. And you push the tank out, and it tells you if there's someone waiting to murder you. The answer is almost always yes. SDK, at this point, is it even worth it to buy tanks? I would say... Okay, so first of all, that wasn't a tank I bought. That was a tank I built. And secondly, I would say probably yes. I mean, it costs a lot of money, but at this point, I'm making a lot of money. Money is not my primary concern. And at this point, every soldier is an investment of resources that's difficult to replace. So I would much rather have a $500,000 tank get destroyed than I would have Sergeant Azarel die. Because not only is he useful, you know, in that he's a soldier, but also replacing him will cost me Illyrium, whereas replacing a tank only costs me money. Also, every time a soldier dies, you get hit with a morale hit, which can cause your troopers to panic or go berserk. Tanks don't give you that. Like, nobody cares about the tank dying. So the tank is a completely expendable meat shield. Then, at higher levels, like with the plasma hover tanks and stuff, you don't want them to die because they also cost Delirium, but they can fly, and they have a very powerful gun. So it's kind of like having another flying suit soldier armed with a heavy plasma, and they're actually even tougher. Like, flying hover tanks are extremely tough. Hey, Galdir. Nope, we've had very few casualties today so far. Very, very few casualties. Could always change, but mostly we've been doing very easy missions. We've been taking over shot down UFOs with a few snake men in them, almost all scouts. We've lost a couple of tanks, but no actual troops. Actually, no, I take that back. We've lost one troop. Well, you know what, Pear? Maybe you shouldn't. Did you think about that? Huh? Did you ever consider maybe you shouldn't care about the tank dying? Is that UFO? There's no hole. The engines have still probably exploded. I'm not seeing a whole lot of smoke inside either. Of course people spent a lot of time trying to make that tank work. That's why we paid $500,000 to build it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to get it destroyed by aliens. I mean, come on. That's what it's there for. So, Galdir, don't say things like that. Look. Ethereals are the things that nightmares are made of. They're very bad. Ethereal base defenses are terrible. Hey, Demon, yeah, I can make you a soldier. Snowwolfer, I have not fought the Ethereals yet. No, Ethereals don't show up until pretty late in the game. I'm actually going to swap a laser rifle for that heavy plasma. Just because that clip's already been used some. We might as well carry it. Have the extra firepower on tap. So we've got 3 soldiers going this way. We've got 4 there. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah, we're going to send 4 this way, 4 this way. These 2 are going to sweep up here. So, Nick. Good, he's facing the other way. I love it when I see aliens facing the wrong way, because it means I get to shoot at them without them shooting back. Excellent. So, yeah, just as a reminder, do not try to do this kind of squad makeup unless you're using the XCOM util options that makes heavy lasers better, because right now, they're actually pretty good. But without that modification, they are absolutely awful. Just pretty much worthless. They don't hit hard enough. They don't hit enough harder than laser rifles to justify all of their problems and limitations at all. Okay, there was somebody waiting way up there in the corner. Yep, that kind of phased through him a little bit, unfortunately. Hate it when that happens. Azarol. There you go. Honestly, I should go back and update everybody's designations, because most of the veterans have gotten pretty good at this point. Except Joe Gary still has the stamina that God gave a 3-toed sloth. Ethereals are horrifying. Ethereals are absolutely terrifying. Not because they're physically very dangerous. Although, well, okay, so here's the thing about Ethereals, right? Ethereals are fragile. Unlike, say, Mutons and Snake Men. Mutons and Snake Men are fairly tough. Mutons much more tough, but Snake Men also pretty tough. Ethereals, not tough. At all. But Ethereals have A, high accuracy, B, they pretty much always all carry heavy plasmas, and C, Ethereals are all very strong psychics. So they will absolutely murder you and wreck all of your shit by taking control of your soldiers. Unfortunately, so fighting ethereals with soldiers who haven't been psionically trained is basically a death sentence. At this point, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to do that. Dealing with mind-controlled soldiers. The best way to deal with mind-controlled soldiers is to stun them and take their weapons away. Because when they're mind-controlled, they can't pick up weapons. So you take away all their grenades, you take away all their guns. Once you've found a soldier who is prone to mind control, you put him in the Sky Ranger with no weapons and you let him go nuts. The aliens will prefer, generally, to mind control those people again and again and again. Hi. The aliens will prefer to mind control that person over and over and over, as opposed to finding new people to mind control. In vanilla, that was extremely reliable. In OpenXCOM, it is not, because the OpenXCOM alien AI programming is a little bit smarter. So in OpenXCOM, they will change targets. They still won't change targets often or reliably, but it does happen. Against ethereals, unfortunately, ethereals are strong enough that probably the vast majority of your squad is vulnerable to them. Yeah, I know he's not dead, but he's knocked down and I'm watching him. What gun did you have? Small launcher with stun bombs. He's a Snake Man engineer. Like, I don't care about him, but I also don't care enough to waste the time units to kill him. Bionics, come out like this far, and you may be able to get a reaction shot with the heavy laser. Thing I like about the heavy lasers here, actually, their time unit cost, pretty reasonable for snapshots, and snapshots are pretty accurate. But, yeah, ethereals are a pain in the ass. Ugh! Sorry, stretching a little bit. Let's stack up to breach. With our boys here. Yeah, I'm just gonna stand on top of him for right now. And yeah, Jogeri cannot run far anymore. He's too tired. Hello, friends. So that guy just kind of walked out here. Nick, I need you to be better. So you can see what I'm saying about the aiming. Like, when he's this close, his miss cone is fairly narrow. So despite the fact that he did manage to miss a couple shots, he actually hit like 3 times out of 6 with only a 23-30% hit chance. That was a tough Snake Man. That Snake Man did not want to go down. Hi, friend. That Snake Man, on the other hand. Oh, no body. He stood up. Hi. Okay. Let's get Phaonics ready to breach. Hey, look, you can say whatever you want about Snake Men, like they're horrible, misbegotten abominations against God and nature. They're murderous assholes who are trying to kill us and steal our land. All these things are true, but you can't say they're cowards. Most of the time. Sometimes they are. Alright. Do you have a shot? I think that's gonna block the shot. Yeah, that blocks the shot. Okay. Get up there. I tell you what, there's snake men wandering all over this damn map. Azarol, could you maybe get a shot? Ooh. What an interesting thought. Yes, but you missed, just barely. Pedro. Need 28 for a snapshot. You can enable the melee mod for OpenXCOM. I just haven't. 28. Oh, clicked in the wrong place. Ah, damn hill. Alright. So that's 3, 4, 5... I think that's 6 dead. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dead. Plus that one alive. That might be all of them. But it looks like this is pretty intact, so I might... Oh my god, it's intact! The engine! See, look! You can see the little silhouette right there? That's the engine cylinder. It's intact. We're actually going to get the ethereal. The Illyrium, the ethereal. God, I hope we don't get an ethereal. Can the aliens melee you? No. Only the ones that are melee aliens. Which is chrysalids, reapers, a couple others, I think. Yes, that engine there should contain 50 Illyrium. Let's get our breach set up. I don't know that there's actually anybody left in here because I didn't hear any doors, but, you know, just in case. We're still gonna send in 6 guys. While the rest hunt down this snake man. Come on. Nope. Okay, so there is at least one still alive. Are zombies aliens? I mean, not technically, but they're on the alien side, so I'm gonna say yes. Oh, here they come! Stun. Dead. Got him! Yes! Fuck yes! Oh, thank God. Okay, killed 10 aliens, got 10 corpses, we lost the tank, but who really cares? We got a power source, we got 35 alloys, and 50 Illyrium. Fuck yes. Definitely a good choice to take this mission. And we got some accuracy, we got some stamina. Joe Gary only got 1 stamina, so he's still kind of a wimp. Not to put too fine a point on it. 8 of the K got 5 stamina. Stamina is pretty much random, HP gain is largely random. Strength gain is largely random, but is keyed at least partially to carrying a whole bunch of stuff and using all your time units. Throwing accuracy is largely random. So, like, some of these things are randomly determined, but it only works if you shot somebody, which is kind of a weird advancement method, but hey, it is what it is. And then some of them are keyed directly to specific events. So, like, bravery. Bravery is keyed specifically to resisting or recovering from panic and berserk states. Reactions keyed specifically to taking reaction fire on aliens. Accuracy keyed directly to shooting at aliens and hitting them. Psionic strength and skill are also keyed to... Psionic strength and skill actually don't increase during the mission. They have to be trained, and we don't even know what they are yet. But yeah, that was a good damn mission. I'm going to celebrate by making another tank. I'm actually going to celebrate by making a plasma hover tank, I think. Well, no, I don't want to spend 30 Elerium on that. I might want to celebrate by making a firestorm. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm going to transfer... I'm going to transfer Snowwolfer to Europe. And then I'm actually going to build a Firestorm. It'll cost me 400 grand. It'll take 9 days to do. Melee accuracy? Yes, yes, you can absolutely miss with a stun rod. It's, very bad. It sucks entirely when that happens. It's a problem. And then in terms of other things, let us once again sell the plasma rifles. They're still using plasma rifles. I'm honestly surprised. Sell a couple of spare small launchers. Sell a whole bunch of Snake Man corpses. Make us $1 million. Yeah, plasma hover tanks are nice, but hard to use effectively because they are expensive. Okay, so Corona Nostra has gotten Snowwolfer. They've got another alien retaliation coming, so send out Sir Dong Knight to kill him. Come on, catch the guy. No, keep going. It said Siberia was his target. And he was down there, came up. I feel like he'll be coming back. There he is. Yeah, I'm just gonna bounce him again. Nice. Shot him down. So much money, maybe a 4th base in Australia. Not a bad idea, probably. It will increase my maintenance cost again, so I have to be a little bit careful about that. If we look at our monthly costs, yeah, maintenance is still right up near 10 million. Hey, Dr. Angel Machine, I'm using OpenXCom. I just fixed just to make the quality of life of playing this game a little better. Yeah, 4th base in Australia wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll think about it. I might do that soon. Everybody, give me ideas for a name for a 4th base in Australia. Yeah, just covering the Oceania area would be nice. Now, let's look at UFO activity, actually, real quick. So, North America had a spike in April. Not much since then. The Arctic, not a whole lot. Antarctic, South America. South America looks like it's seeing a whole bunch of activity, actually. In May. North Africa had a huge spike in April. That was when they were scouting for trying to find me there. Couldn't find me. Southern Africa, nothing. Central Asia, kind of looking around. Southeast Asia, yeah, a little bit. Siberia. Siberia went way, way up. You have to ignore this line down, by the way, since June isn't over. It hasn't calculated it for June yet. But they're definitely looking for me in Siberia. Australasia, gone up. Pacific, North Atlantic, South Atlantic, Indian Ocean. Total, looks like total UFO activity has actually trended way down, which is interesting. April was the big spike. Huh. Ah, there's the terror ship. There's that Snake Man terror ship heading for Australia. Okay, so... I wish I hadn't transferred that interceptor away now, but... I gotta think about this. Can Interceptor 3 get from Mar-a-Lago in time to hit it? Because Snowwolfer, I think, would just be chasing it. I don't know what that is. Boy. I'm going to deploy a couple of interceptors just in an effort to try and catch the thing. But this interceptor, actually, Sir Dong Knight. Yeah, just head in that direction. I know it's gonna pass you, but I'm hoping maybe that somehow, maybe it'll spend some time like cruising around. You go back to base. You're not gonna be helpful. You also go back to base. It's too fast. If Sir Dong Knight can find it before it picks a landing site, maybe. Make sure it's not down at the southern point. Fuck. Okay, let's see where they hit. Melbourne. Okay, alright. We got a Chrysalid Terror mission, boys. Chrysalid Terror mission. Great. I love it. I love it. Alright, we're gonna send in Robin Brown. We're gonna send in some of the A-team here. We're gonna bring Perilous Pair. So we've got a couple of sergeants, a captain. We got 3 sergeants, a captain, and a colonel. And then we'll also bring Yorad and Oniros. I'm not going to go into this mission at night. Like, I won't do it. Just straight up. So, we've got 14 troops. We are going to bring both rocket launchers. We are not going to bring laser rifles. We'll bring all 5 heavy lasers. So that's 7. And 7 heavy plasmas with 14 clips. Actually, you know what? You know what? Nah. Nah. We're doing this thing. We're bringing out the blaster launchers for this one. We're 100% bringing the blaster launchers for this mission because fuck this. We're gonna bring all the prox mines. So 2 blaster launchers with laser pistol sidearms, 5 heavy lasers, 7 heavy plasmas. Actually, let's make it 4 and 8. And make sure everyone going has power suits. Okay. Yeah, we're cracking up. We're cracking the seal on the nukes. Smoke grenades. There. 20 smoke grenades on the plane. So we do have to wait for like half the night to pass, so that it's not a night mission when we get there. And let's go. Alright, everybody. Thoughts and prayers. Okay. Demon, yes, I will get flying suits. Eventually. Probably not a ton of them, but I will get some. Blaster launchers are pretty heavy, so what I want is... yeah. Heavy weapon troopers who aren't, sharpshooters, because you don't need accuracy with blaster launchers. There we go. Now it was. Now Diorod is a sharpshooter. Oh, fuck, no. No, 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 no. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, this is fine. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. Yes, I know a bunch of people aren't carrying guns, but they'll be able to pick up guns as they walk out of the Sky Ranger. It won't be a problem. Trust me. Trust me, I'm a professional. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, looks like, not carrying weapons. It's fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Okay, so, here's the way this is gonna go. People are gonna get out, and basically we're gonna spot for the blaster launchers at first. And what the blaster launchers will be doing is leveling the terrain. That Chrysalid, since he's right out in the open, I'm actually gonna kill him with heavy plasma fire. I'm not gonna waste a blaster launcher shot on him. There we go. So, when it comes to blaster launchers, here's the thing to keep in mind, right? You see, like, this building, like this warehouse here? A blaster launcher fired into this warehouse would level it. Like, probably the walls would be gone from probably this whole wall if it impacted about here, plus most of this wall. Almost everything inside, the whole place would be on fire. If someone was in this corner, because there's like a little office area down here, if I recall correctly, they would probably survive. Anyone standing in, like, this whole region would be dead. So that's what blaster launchers do. Anti-Magnus is going to get back here as sniper support. We are in a corner, which is good. As we're all prime another smoke and get ready to throw it ahead of us to create more cover. We are definitely going to hide in the smoke a little bit. Smoke against chrysalids can be a negative, but in this situation, for right now, being in the smoke is definitely going to help us. Can a second floor stay if all the lower floors are gone? Yes, it's kind of hilarious. The physics in this game ain't that good. So, yeah, a second floor can just be kind of awkwardly hovering in midair. However, most of the time, if you knock down a first floor, most of the second floor goes too. Well, Galdier, that's not entirely correct. There are some physics in this game, just not when it comes to buildings. Buildings don't really have physics in this game. Yet more evidence that buildings are secretly aliens in league with their diabolical masters. Just kind of want to spread out. Also for reference, if a blaster bomb fired by, say, a Snake Man leader were to come in and hit us like here, or like him, it would kill all three of these guys. It might kill him, Azarol, although he'd be shielded by from the blast some. He would probably be injured. These guys would be okay. Because power armor is just that cool. Now, my blaster launcher troopers are actually not going to leave the Sky Ranger yet, because they don't really have to. They will want to eventually, because sometimes guiding blaster bombs around the protruding fins of the Sky Ranger is fraught, but they don't have to just yet. And we're just gonna spread out. Okay, that's a zombie. Chrysalid. Alright, so somebody's been zombified in that house, and a chrysalid came this way. There it is. Excellent. Now, when it comes to zombies, I could fire a blaster bomb into this house to blow it up, but that wouldn't kill the chrysalid. That would only kill the zombie. And then the chrysalid would, of course, come out of the zombie. So, ideally, what I want is for there to be zombies. I want the chrysalids to, when they make their zombies, just kind of do that, and then we just have zombies to worry about, and zombies are slow. We can kind of lure them to us and then execute them. What I am going to do, however, is I think I'm going to blow up this warehouse. So it costs 41 TUs to fire a missile. And you kind of want to be away from any direct obstructions. So we go there, we go there, we go there, and we go there, and that should hit a box. What'd I tell you? Boom. Didn't kill anybody, unfortunately. But now we've got a nice open space to set up Overwatch fire across. There's a house down there that I don't trust. Knew I shouldn't trust it. Called it. Oh, please die. No line of fire. Ah, fuck. I really need that chrysalid to die. Like, it's important. Just drop that. Okay, good. You know, the Shrike, to be totally honest, I would have preferred to hear some civilian death screams in there. Yes, it penalizes our score when we murder civilians, but consider, it also penalizes our score when zombies, created by chrysalids, walk up on us and eat our troops. Overall, I prefer to kill civilians, rather than let the chrysalids do it. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perilous Pair. I'm pretty confident there's a zombie somewhere in here. But yeah, so that one explosion took out a pretty decent chunk of the map, to be totally honest. Let's get behind this pole for just a little bit of cover. Because you can't make the run this turn. Nyros can just stand way back here. Don't worry about it, the Nyros. We're wearing power armor. We're well protected. Or Galdir, sorry. Don't worry, Galdir. It's fine. Not a problem. Fallen, last guy to pick up his gun. And debark. Okay. Okay, seeing a lot of fire in that house. That was a chrysalid. That was another chrysalid. That's a... Oh, no! 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 Oh, thank God. Okay. So, there's somebody in that house. I am going to give them the gift of Blaster Bomb. So, from here, we go straight down. Boop. 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 And there's something there. That'll probably set it off. If not, we'll go through the wall. Good. Got a kill. Now, that zombie. We want to kill it. And yes, I know I'm expending blaster bombs like they're candy, but look, that's just what you do. If you take these things on a mission, you're going to use them, because they're just so fucking useful. I'm shocked, incidentally, that that little piece of fencing survived. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do here is... Blaster bomb... Well, no. First of all, I'm going to kill this, this zombie. Good job, Pear. That was exactly what I wanted you to do. Now, I've seen other chrysalid biting animations. I'm not sure exactly where they were. This building, I'm pretty sure, is clean. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to fire a blaster bomb. It's moving in a straight line, so it won't deviate there. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to move Phaonix first, because I'm paranoid. I don't think you have to do this. When it's moving in a straight line, it's not going to veer, but still. Just out of sheer paranoia. We're going to come down here. We're going to go down this alleyway and see what we can hit if we blow up there. Got one. Got a chrysalid. Killed a chrysalid. Thank you, Jeebus. Okay, so... we're now surrounded by a wall of devastation that covers probably like a third of the map. Ethan King. I want you to advance towards the wreckage. Yep, Snake Man dead there. House's ruins are on fire. Got a chrysalid somewhere down there. Got a chrysalid up here. Next Swanson will be our lead in this direction. Don't see anybody. But that doesn't really mean much. You can just kneel there. Robin Brown. Look down that way. Diorad can find cover behind this chunk of wall, and Phaonix can accompany him. Perilous Pair likewise, so these three will go in through here. Oh no, we're not here to save the city. We're here to kill the aliens. Now, that blaster launcher is out of ammunition. So, Pedro is down to his laser pistol. We've got one more blaster round in Oneiros' hands that I'm going to kind of save for a little bit of a special occasion. Gamarama, does saving civs give you points? Yes, it does. It's still not really worth doing, to be totally honest. Like, it doesn't give you enough points to make up for the added danger. Or rather, let me put it this way. Civilians dying costs you points. So, you know. It's one of those kinds of situations. As a roll, let's... We're kind of splitting up into 3 groups here. We've got a group that's going down through here to investigate this wasteland. Where, yep, we did kill a snake man there. Good. We've got a troop that's going down this way to clear in this direction, to the south. And then we've got a troop that's kind of advancing in the middle, or holding, rather, in the middle. Nick, Robin, and Azaral are, I think, going to be the core of that gang. Along with Joe Gary. And Pedro. These guys will all head down that way, so 5 that direction, 3 this way, with Oneiros in support. I may also send Robin Brown this way, actually, too. Yeah, let's send Robin Brown over here. Okay. Okay, that's another zombie. Another zombie. Chrysalid on the roof. That's frightening. Chrysalid down here. Alright. So, there was a chrysalid on this roof. There was a chrysalid down here by this house that we need to find. There he is. Excellent, now he's dead. And yes, there are definitely multiple unseen zombies. No question about that. That is a snake man. Can someone manage a shot on that snake man? Nick? That wall's blocking your line of fire. Hey, Azaral. There we go. That's why I like the back-end snipers. In a panic, several people forgot to unplug their Galaxy phones from their chargers. Yeah, that's it, definitely. Yeah, this is what happens when a Samsung battery goes nuclear. Okay, so there's a dead guy in this building, but he's not a zombie. So there might be a snake man down there. Actually, I think that might be that snake man. How many snake men? How many people have I killed right now? 1, 2. Only one of these was actually one of these was a zombie. 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. There's still plenty more, trust me. Put it this way, I am not concerned with running out of targets anytime soon. Now, I know for a fact there was a chrysalid on this roof. And if there's still a chrysalid, like, here on this roof, it could reach any of us. So, I know I said I was going to save that last blaster bomb for a special occasion. This is it. So, we're now going to go up. Fly over here, up, and then go down into the roof to explode. Where was the earth-shattering kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Shit. Okay, I guess I hit a waypoint bug. Yeah, I must have hit a waypoint bug. So, in the original game, there was a bug where if you tried to tell a blaster bomb to go straight up or straight down, it would just shoot off in, I forget which direction it was. It would shoot off in one of the cardinal directions instead. Which made it difficult to sometimes, like, fire up through elevator lifts and stuff like that. OpenXCOM was supposed to have fixed that, but it looks like maybe it didn't. Yeah. that shouldn't have happened. Even if the roof was burned through here, it should still have kept going in the same direction and cratered against the wall or the ground, so that's just a glitch. Notice that I still have the launch missile option here, even though this is technically unloaded. So there's definitely some kind of glitch there. I'm not sure what exactly it was, but that's a problem. Definitely a problem. We're gonna fall back Jogeri. Because, like I said, I know there's a chrysalid up there. I'm just hoping that it can't see... It hasn't seen any of us yet. If it hasn't seen any of us yet, it may not be able to get us. And I'm gonna form a firing squad facing in that direction. So if it does come for the Sky Ranger, hopefully it'll run into a mass of fire from these 5 guys and be shot before it reaches us. Well, it's more than 10k, it's 3 Illyrium, which is a lot more valuable than money. So yeah, it's annoying, it's a problem, but, you know, these things happen with old games. Pedro, can it burn through the armor to zombify you? Yes, absolutely. In fact, every chrysalid strike is guaranteed to zombify you. It doesn't even really have to go through the armor in any meaningful way. Sir Dong Knight, I cannot fire another round because I don't have enough time units to do so. Hey, Jack Black, thanks for the $2, man. I may well submit a bug report. They've seen bugs like this before. They're very common in this game. Just because kind of how the game works. Now, the other thing I'm worried about is if the chrysalid runs all the way across the roof, drops off, and rushes in here to try and zombify people. I've made that kind of I'm not sure it can reach to do that quite, but we're gonna stay way over here. Just in case. Pushing up very, very slowly. And cautiously. Oh! Taking fire. There is another snake man down there. Okay, that chrysalid is on fire. Hi, snake man. No, stop, please. Oh god, stop, stop. Oh, thank god. Okay, the support fire worked there. We've got a snake man down here who hit Ethan King super, super hard. Yeah, that's what heavy plasma shots do. A to the K. Get over there and save him. Alright, Ethan's stabilized. Hey, Liana. Die, please. Thank you. Now, can I actually fire another missile? No, no ammunition loaded. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we're out of blaster bombs. Not a problem. I mean, kind of a problem, but, like, we can make it. I'm actually going to throw the blaster bomb back up into the Sky Ranger, so worst comes to worst, we'll be able to salvage it. We got that chrysalid. We got this chrysalid. We got that snake man. Both of these people are super badly injured. Dailrod is slightly overweight. No, that wasn't a crack about being fat. Perilous Pair. Get over here and kneel to provide cover fire. Alright, Jogeri, you get the enviable job of crossing the road. Anything? Nothing? Good. You just stay there in cover. Pedro, throw that back there. And cross up this way. What? XCOM would never do such a thing, French Ferret. We would never. Why would you think we would do such a terrible thing to Melbourne? We love Melbourne. Thanks for the $3, Dr. Angel. Appreciate you. Azaral's gonna stay here because he's got pretty good reactions. Nick Swanson also going to cross and hide behind the counter. So that's the edge of the map. So we've got the north pretty well cleared. These two are kind of our furthest outpost. They may well die. I mean, not trying to be a bummer about it, but they might well. We've got... Noor has pretty good reactions as well. So does Ball and Stalin, so they're actually going to stay back here with the rest of the support fire corps. Anti-Magnus move down this way to help out these two. And we're kind of setting up a base. Yeah, sure, Dr. Angel, I can do that. Not a problem. Remind me, I can look at, so... Yeah, I'll remember you, because you gave me a donation and all that, so I have a tab that keeps track of donations. If you're not donating but want to be a soldier, just remind me when I actually go to hire more soldiers, because otherwise I will probably forget. Okay. I think that's going to be it for now. So yeah, we're kind of sweeping down from the north with a fairly heavy force. Got 5 guys up here in this building. We'll clear this building and then swing down this way. Meanwhile, these 3 will kind of take and hold this, and we'll spread a little bit there. Okay, they're starting to panic. Good. 3... oh god, there's 2 of them. Where were they? Where were those chrysalids? Ah. Yeah, they were right down here. Okay. Well, at least we've got the aliens panicking. That's good. And Azaral is just a chrysalid shooting machine, I tell you. Jogari does not want to be in here. Where was that other chrysalid? Okay, so somebody's dropped a gun there. Somebody's dropped a gun there. Yeah, God, 74 viewers. Yikes. Thanks, guys. I didn't know this old 1994 strategy game was that popular. Chrysalid, fuck. Can chrysalids panic? Technically, yes, but they have a super, super high morale stat. Jesus Christ, please die. Oh, God. It's not dead, it's just stunned. Fuck. Fuck. This is why I really ought to remember to keep some human grenades around. Human grenades are really, really good at blowing up stunned chrysalids. Because I don't think ground fire from non-explosive weapons will destroy the corpse. Well, that was good. I mean, good job, Anti-Magnus, but... yeah, that's just a huge pain in the ass. I think I'm gonna have to drop a prox mine on it and just leave it there. And hope the prox mine does the job. Where the second chrysalid was, it's down here somewhere. I'm not entirely sure. There it is. Found it. Found the chrysalid. It's a terrible game. I hate playing it. I can't shoot with Deer Rod anymore. Okay, good. Also good. Let's get my boys out here, waiting for the next wave. So, yeah, at this point, I think I've killed a lot of them. We've killed 4 aliens down around, 5 aliens down around here. We've killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another one, 6 up here. Couple of others. At this point, they should be starting to run low. Pedro. Yeah, just do that. A couple of people have died, not many, fortunately. Still gonna be safe. Not that one. Not that one. Throw that up there. Where did the other one go? I threw it up there, but I don't see it on the ground. Whatever. Yes, if I finish fast, I could have a live chrysalid, but consider, is that really an incentive? William, don't even say that. Alright, don't even say that. Shut up. Nobody wants to hear that. Ethan King might still die. If he gets clipped by, like, anything at this point, he's toast. He still has his armor. He actually got shot in the back, which is why his rear armor is lowered. But, he might still bite it if things go south. Noor, I'm gonna keep Noor back for the moment. Okay. Okay, we got a berserk. Four. Okay, so all the berserk and panic probably means I've killed the leader at this point. But there might still be chrysalids. So we're gonna keep moving slowly and cautiously. Hello, friend. And as long as I keep killing snake men and not taking casualties, the panic cascade should just keep on going. Okay, that's a zombie. I can probably deal with that now. 24 time units. Yeah. Alright, there's the chrysalid. That was bullshit. That went right through him. You all saw that. Good. Let's... How do psi abilities develop? So every soldier has psi strength and psi skill. It is random. You don't know who has what. Psi strength is more random than skill. Everybody starts with shitty psi skill. You can't see them until you develop psionic powers, and you can't develop psionic powers without researching a psionic alien, which is sectoids or ethereals. Specifically sectoid leaders or commanders or any ethereal. See ya, Johan. Don't worry, it'll be alright. Probably. Maybe. You know, who really knows? Okay, we're in the warehouse. We're doing pretty well up here on the north. We're clearing out a lot of them. I think there's still at least a couple of zombies wandering around, plus the 4 or 5 regular aliens that we know of. I'll take cover behind this box. Yeah, so that's the edge of the map right there. So as long as there's nobody in this building, we'll be alright. Anti-Magnus, watch for people in the building down there. Ethan King. Gonna move up like this. Also watch out. Azaral. We can now start moving forward. Oh, Oniris, no, everybody can do every... so there's only a couple of psionic abilities. There's a psionic ability that attacks morale and can cause morale failures, which randomly either generate panic or berserk, and there's mind control. Everybody who develops psi powers and is trained and is using a specific piece of technology, the psionic amplifier, can do both. Okay, somebody still has a gun. That's somebody down there. That's a zombie. That is a close zombie. That zombie is close. And the chrysalid stood back up. So, okay. So there's somebody down there who's going berserk. There's a zombie and a chrysalid both up here. Was the zombie up here? Or was the zombie in here? Ah, shit. I forgot where the zombie is. Time to play Find the Zombie. It's like Find the Chrysalid, but a little bit less dangerous. There's the zombie. I knew he was up here. Good. Now, somebody is down there. So let's have Phaonix. See if we can get eyes on him. Unfortunately, the XCOM appetite for destruction has left so much smoke around here that it's hard to find aliens. Pedro. Chrysalid, 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 chrysalid! Chrysalid, chrysalid. Chrysalid, 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 chrysalid. Absolutely close enough for murder. No question about that. Pedro, just kind of step wide. Joe Gary? Alright. Wasn't great, but we have plenty of people who can draw a bead on him. Pedro, just leave. I mean, you've got a laser pistol. You're not gonna kill the chrysalid. What does that take? 20, so you can afford to kneel. Or extra accuracy. And while you're at it, let's punch some more holes. Just to increase visibility. Alright. We're doing good. Doing well. Making progress. I'll definitely move a whole bunch of people into this warehouse, because it's kind of a nice central location. And we can start to roll forward. I do want Nick Swanson with most of his time units, just in case. Okay, panic, panic, good. Panic, panic, good. Zombie. Panic, 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 zombie. Zombie down there. Yes, this is a terror mission. Specifically a chrysalid terror mission, aka the worst kind. But I think at this point it's cleanup. Because, like I said, like everybody's panicking, which means they've dropped their guns. It looks like most of the chrysalids are dead. Definitely all the civilians are dead. Like, if there's a single living civilian in this area, I will be shocked. And it wasn't even really my fault. I didn't blow up hardly anybody. It's mostly chrysalids. So, we saw somebody walking around. So we saw a zombie down here. We saw a snake man walking around in a field, which could be a couple of different places. Oh, no, I mean, I've been kind of terrified a couple of times, to be totally honest. There were a couple of times when it was entirely possible that we were about to get just straight up chrysalided. But they didn't manage to pull it off. Let's move away from the window, maybe? Just so nobody reaches through with horrible, like, tentacular claws and murders us. Joe Gary. Like I said, I know there's a zombie down there. Let me see if I can burn enough walls to see it. What we're learning today is that Stalin hates crates. Like, boxes are Stalin's great enemy. You two take aim that way. Nyros. Take aim this way. Steel Rod, yeah, you stay there providing cover. Anti-Magnus, get in cover. I have no idea how many aliens remain. I know there's at least 4 panicking snake men, minimum, and then at least 1 zombie. And that's pretty much all the information I have. That sounds like it could be all or close to all of them, but I can't confirm that. We got a pretty decent firing squad lined up, though. Please do not. Yeah, kill the snake man, sure. Oh god, oh god. Oh god. Okay. Really glad he ran out of time units just then. So, that guy still had a gun, but he's dead now. Got him. Okay, we got that zombie opened up. Let's try to put him down with aimed fire here just to minimize the risk of friendly. Good. Okay. Yes, Shrike, this was one of the first games with fully destructible terrain. You can destroy and or deform pretty much everything. We're in that box. Oh, man. Funnily enough, the destroyed boxes are actually more durable than the intact boxes. I'm pretty sure nobody's upstairs. If they were, they would have come down and murdered me by now, but I will check. Okay. Nick, come down that way. What's that? Unarmed Snake Man. Shot in the face. You know, Jagged Alliance 2 is definitely one of the other classics of this genre. I own it, but I've never really spent a whole lot of time with it. So that may well be the next interesting thing to kind of go into. So whatever's left has to be down here in this corner area. And there's not many of them. Or there shouldn't be many of them. We've got them pretty much locked up. Anti-Magnus. Just aim through the window here. You may have to destroy the window, actually. Yeah. Ethan, just hide in the corner. I don't want you dying. Look, Geji, I think this goes beyond what people mean when they say vandalism. Okay, there's another zombie there. Kinda hard to get a whole lot of fire laid on it with this room being like it is. Let me destroy some stuff real quick. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to try to shoot that zombie out of its room just yet. But it's probably gonna wander into this warehouse if I don't, is the thing. Yeah, let's go for it. Okay, it's crystallized. It's like being crystallized, but grosser. Excellent. And I think there's 2 more snake people freaking out. But they don't have guns. Because they dropped them. One of them dropped a heavy plasma, that's good. I'm not sure if that's the last of the zombies either. There may well be another zombie or 2. Fortunately, when you're in power armor, zombies are not scary. Chrysalids are scary. Zombies are not scary, because they don't do... I mean, they actually hit pretty hard with their melee attacks, but in power armor, you can pretty much shrug those melee attacks off. Yeah, I think there have been a couple terror missions in Australia at this point. The worst part of terror missions is the cleanup. Yeah, that's why we don't do it. We just show up, kill all the aliens, and definitely if everyone who we kill in these missions is an alien, and then we leave. Hey, Minim. Not many people have died, actually. We're entering the point of the game where there's less death among our own troops. Just because we've gotten good enough and we've gotten good enough gear that we can actually compete with the aliens. Like, on a pretty level playing field. We're still terrified of chrysalids, don't get me wrong, but... can a zombie be stunned? Yes. But there's not much point to it, because... why bother? You can't get anything from them, really. You can get research from them, but... Wait, who do I see? Who do I see? Ah, an unarmed snake man. Through a hole in the wall. I pressed the wrong button. Alright. Oh, actually, I think you're right. I think you're right, Galdir. I think they chrysalidize if you try to stun them. I've actually only got 9 shots left in Perilous Pairs heavy plasma, which is unusual. That's a lot of ammo consumption. But it's been a long mission. Come on, please kill him. Okay, that's one. One more snake left. Hello? Hello? Look, fighting chrysalids, fighting ethereals is just a very different ballgame. Like, you know what you do if you're fighting ethereals, and especially if you want to take prisoners? You bring a fully power-armored team, and you arm them exclusively with autocannons loaded with HE ammunition. You know why? Because if they turn on you, autocannons loaded with HE ammunition, oh, and small launchers with stun bombs. Because those weapons don't hurt you, but because ethereals are pretty weak, they do hurt ethereals. And then you just have this chaotic, like, weird-ass mission where half your guys are mind-controlled or panicking at any given time, but it doesn't really matter because, or it matters and it makes things difficult, but you can't at least destroy yourself. And hopefully, if you're at all lucky, you can keep together enough troops to keep the ethereals under pressure and stop them from, just whittle them down, essentially. This game is probably going to go through 2 ethereals, so I'll actually show you at some point how you fight an ethereal mission. It's part of why I've kept those autocannons in storage. I do need more of them, actually. Why was there only 1 store left in Melbourne after the invasion? Because we didn't have enough ammo. Yeah, that's about right. Look, this... Okay, so, look, you can distinctly see the overlapping blast radii of the blaster bombs I used. This is how you use them. Like, this is what blaster launchers are for in missions like this. You use them to clear space and take out aliens that are hiding in places you can't quite see, so that you don't get caught by surprise. So, like, this one was probably the best, because it actually killed a couple of them. This one was also really good, leveling this whole house to clear sight lines. This one, that was speculative. I'm certainly not feeling bad about it. I wish that the 4th one on the roof had also gone off, but it probably would have been a waste. Yeah, there's only one and he's panicking. He's freaking out. Can I burn through his laser pistols? Maybe not. Oh, come on. Goddamn plasma-resistant walls. Who in Melbourne is selling plasma-resistant walls? And where's this last snake man? He might be in the alley. There's a rifle dropped in the alley. There he is. Found you, buddy. Hello, friend. And come down this way. And you come around this way. Okay. Yeah, he had an alien grenade which he threw at me, and you can see it did hurt Perilous Pair, but it didn't kill him because of the power armor. That must have been a pretty good damage roll, because alien grenades don't do that much damage. And Perilous Pair gets the last kill. Alright, yeah, that was a terror mission. 34 aliens killed. Yikes. We did save a civilian. Obviously, we do get points for saving civilians, as you can see. We got 30. Where did this civilian hide? I didn't see them. There was one horrified, terrified civilian just hiding in a closet somewhere weeping. Not actually many civilians on this map, which is good. But yeah, we killed 34 aliens, recovered 26 bodies, and did pretty good. Did pretty good. Lots of levels. Lots of accuracy level ups, you can see. That was nice. +6 accuracy on Perilous Pair. What a champion. Definitely the MVP of that mission. Decent reaction ups, including on Pedro Henrique. Time unit ups, stamina ups, HP ups, strength ups. Good shit. Good shit. 635 points. That was solid. We are unfortunately out of blaster bombs, and I don't think we captured any. Yeah, we didn't capture any blaster bombs. Dang. We have a whole bunch of bodies we're gonna sell, though. And let's also sell... Do I need to sell any heavy plasmas? I don't think I need to sell heavy plasmas right now. We will sell plasma rifles, though. They're using more and more heavy plasmas. The plasma rifle proportion is going down. Nah, we'll keep the ammo. Sell a small launcher. Keep the stun bombs. Okay. Totally suing me for the hospital bill. Yeah, probably so. Alright, let's look at our soldiers real quick and see what we can make them. Dark has 54 strength. What the actual fuck? At this point he has kind of this, like, people like this who have the stats for everything, I'm just gonna call them vets. So he's a veteran. He can do everything. Anti-Magnus, still sharpshooter, heavy weapons. He doesn't have the reactions to be a scout, but he's very tough. 51 health. Jinkies. Mark Spitz is now a sharpshooter, heavy weapons guy. The Bloop is... also a sharpshooter, heavy weapons. Actually, I'm just gonna start replacing this designation with vet as well, because they're like doing good. The reactions, reactions are a little bit secondary. You're a scout, heavy weapons. You don't really have the firing accuracy to be a veteran. Squid Mark II, still just a scout pretty much. Ethan King, I think, can be upgraded to heavy weapons guy. Azeral, at this point, is a veteran. 7 missions, 16 kills. Azeral is going ham. He's killed 10 snake men and 2 leaders. He killed one of them with a grenade, most with the heavy plasma and heavy laser. 36% accuracy. He's, whew. Azaral's been doing work. Nick Swanson is no longer a grunt. He's a regular heavy weapons guy. Perilous Pair, also a vet. 13 kills, 7 missions. Joe Gary is like a grunt heavy weapons. He's gotten beef. 8 of the K, still a scout pretty much. Accuracy has gone up. He's kind of a scout heavy weapons guy at this point. Maybe I'll name it Melbourne Memorial. Phaonix is a veteran as well, because he's got the reactions, he's got the firing accuracy, and now he's got the strength to be carrying heavy shit. Pedro Henrique, still heavy weapons, although his firing accuracy is going up. Noor, still kind of a grunt, to be honest. Oneiros, definitely heavy weapons. And Geiji Janko is a veteran, despite only having been with us for 4 missions, because his starting stats were so good. Akers, sharpshooter heavy weapons. Ptui, heavy weapons guy. Not a whole lot of grunts after some missions. Darod is still weedy, so he's still just a sharpshooter. William Ryder, scout heavy weapons. Just in time. Hasn't really done much. Same with Triff. Oh, well, Triff's a heavy weapons guy, actually. Got a big strength increase. And yeah, Scion is still what he was. Ballin Stalin, still what he was. Okay, nope, you're not dead yet, Akers. Okay, so yeah, we've actually got several. The guys that I've labeled vets now, they kind of have the stats to be standing up like in the late game. Like, this is what you want your troops to be when you're going into the later missions like base invasions and stuff. I'm gonna start giving the veterans fewer missions. I mean, like, Dark's only been on 8 missions, but he just got really good rolls. I may send him on another couple, but not many, especially since he's the commander and I really don't want him dying. But those guys are kind of like where, like I said, they need to be in the end game. So, yeah. And then, of course, once I start doing psi training, then I'll start labeling people as psi soldiers instead. I've got 5 days for the firestorm to be done. And, yeah, let's build a new base. I'm not going to put it down there. I'm going to put it in the middle so I have better, like, coverage. Because I want... Well, actually, you know what? That's probably fine. Like, right there would be... I just want them to touch. This is going to be... I can't call it Melbourne Memorial. Can I call it Melbourne Crater? Nope. There we go. Melbourne Memorial. And we're going to build a hangar bay and a hyperwave decoder. Alright. I do have 2 unnamed soldiers. So, we've got Dr. Angel Machine, who is a sharpshooter, pretty decent one. And then, who else was it that wanted to be a soldier? Somebody say, first person to call a soldier gets it. And no, I'm not going to show you what his stats are first. You gotta call it. Hey, Lamg. Let's see what we can sell. Yeah, I do actually need more autocannons. Alright, Demon Go! Demon Go 2007 is a Or Demongo, I'm not sure which one it is. Also a sharpshooter. Also a pretty solid one. Both of these guys are same accuracy. Demongo is slightly stronger, has less health but more bravery, and a lot more stamina. So that's nice. Yeah, Demongo got it. Okay, so. Do I have anybody coming in? Not really. I do have more lab space. And I can hire more, get more soldiers. So, we're going to hire 30 more scientists. And then, like, another 10. Let's make it another round 11 soldiers. Actually, I don't need more soldiers at this base. But since I'm building a second hangar in Mar-a-Lago, I am going to probably start running missions out of here sometime maybe in the next month. So I'm going to hire some more soldiers over here. I could also use some engineers, but for right now, let's just get the soldiers. So we're going to hire another 10 soldiers in Mar-a-Lago. And we already have one rocket tank. We're going to buy a second rocket tank. And another 12 rounds. Okay, Demongo. There we go. Alright. Doing good. Feeling spicy. And we have finished research on the Martian solution. So there is a Mars base. So now we know. Now we know where the aliens are coming from. It contains all the manufacturing and cloning facilities to fuel the infiltration of Earth. And it also contains a controlling computer. So we've somehow determined that alien society is hive-like. And there is a brain that we must eliminate so that the rest of the aliens will, like, die or give up or what have you. But in order to do that, we have to capture an alien commander, which are only found in alien bases and battleships. So, that's the next objective. The next phase of the game is you get an alien base, or you capture a battleship and take the commander alive. Now, our next research is probably actually going to be the Mind Probe. I've always kept one of those around, and the reason is, you use the Mind Probe to find out what aliens are before you kill them. So if you have a soldier who's not, like, great, but can use the Mind Probe, you can find out, oh, this guy's the commander, I need to not kill him. And that helps you out a lot. I'm not going to bother going after that little scout up there. Okay, another alien infiltration scout in North America. A Muton base actually wouldn't be bad to take, so I'm going to leave that, I think. I'm going to let the Mutons form their base. New fighter transporter is it's the Lightning. You do have to research it. You probably never make it because it's pretty shitty, to be totally honest. But you do have to do the research. If that guy lands, actually, I don't know if he's going to land. He's alien infiltration, so he may well. If he does, then I can send the Sky Ranger to get him. Let's actually equip the Sky Ranger real quick. We only have 12 crew because 2 were wounded. So let's take out Robin Brown and Azeral. And I don't have any tanks. Shoot. Take the blaster launchers back. Take the heavy no, we'll keep the heavy plasmas out. But we'll put in Dr. Angel, Demongo, Scion, Tyron. We'll take out Phaonix and replace him with Acres. So we got 14 crew. Need to make sure they all have power suits before we send them out on any missions. Power suit, power suit, power suit, power suit, power suit, and personal armor for you. Power suit. I need more armor, definitely. Yeah, so, okay, the Lightning is kind of a bastardization between a Firestorm and a Sky Ranger, so it's fast, it uses Illyrium for fuel, it has 1 weapon slot, and it can carry 8 guys but no tanks. So overall, it's just not enough firepower for kind of either role, if that makes sense. I'm gonna get Moreb on his way over here to America in case this guy lands. The Avenger is the highest level transport. It is much tougher and much faster than an Interceptor. It carries 2 weapons, and it can carry 28 people, and up to, like, 3 tanks, I believe. I think that guy will land. I'm gonna send Interceptor number 3 here. Somebody give me a name for Interceptor number 3, by the by. I'm gonna send Interceptor number 3 just to keep tabs on him. But I think he's gonna land. I hope he does. I would like him to. Yes, lightning does... Yeah, he landed. Good. Good. Let's take him on the ground. Steal his Illyrium. Alright, Demongo, you get that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Anti-Magnus, Nick, you get that, and that, and that, and... Nope, not yet, you need that. That. I think I've made a mistake. I think I took out the blaster launchers without replacing them. So that's going to be problematic. I mean, I don't need blaster launchers for this mission by any means, but I think there's going to be a couple of people without weapons, except for laser pistols. Yeah, so Aniros and Pedro. Let me see, do I have enough guns for everybody? I think I do. Tyrone. Scion. I should. Nope, looks like I don't. Okay, so there's a couple of people that just have laser pistols out here, because I'm dumb again. Happens a lot, to be honest. So a couple of y'all are going in grenades first. Yeah, Pedro. Alright. Get the smoke. Looks like we're in the corner, which is great. We are getting shot at, which is less great. Okay, that looks like a fairly small UFO. I took more than 8 guns. I only took 8 heavy plasma. Hi. Hello, friends. Please fuck off. Okay, we're not in the corner at all. We're on the side of the map right next to the UFO, which is in the corner. And it's a small one. I mean, I already knew it was a small one, but it's the smaller kind of small one. Let's get, like, back there. Where we're slightly in cover. Okay, got him. That's 3. Three aliens down and none of ours dead is pretty solid, to be honest. Now, what I don't want is, I want everybody to have cover from the perspective of the door of the UFO. Because that's what I'm most worried. I mean, obviously, there may well be some more out here in this unseen area, but mostly, having killed 3, I'm concerned that there are another couple inside the UFO. Hey, Dwish. I am pretty far along, to be honest. This is kind of like the mid-late game. We've been doing solid. Noor. Yeah, get up there. Have I ever actually seen the tiny UFO on the ground? Yes, I have. It's hilarious. It's a little... It has, like, little stock legs and then just a tiny little room on top. It doesn't even have an engine. You don't get any Illyrium from it. You just kill the guy. There's one guy with it. You kill him, he's like a soldier or something, or a navigator. And then you're done. Yeah, the rest of our guys, actually, I'm not gonna disembark just yet. Because I don't really have enough cover for them. Okay, yep, that was somebody coming out, or at least the door opening and then closing. So you stand right there, so if anyone comes around the corner, you might be able to shoot him. You actually stay there, watching, waiting. Noor, can we get around the backside of this thing? Yes. Okay, good. You two get around the backside of it. Are live mutants worth anything? They're worth $20,000. Or no, actually, sorry. Live, you said. Live aliens are not worth anything, no, and mutons. The only muton that would give me anything research-wise at this point would be the commander of a muton base. So if and when the mutons manage to establish their base in North America, at that point there will be a muton who's worth something. But right now there isn't. Or if I find a muton battleship and either shoot it down or take it on the ground, then there will be a muton commander with the battleship as well. Okay, let's get the laser pistol guys over here. They're not super useful against mutons. You can go over there. Is squatty an actual military rank? No, squatty is slang. In XCOM terms, so you have rookies. Rookies are people who have not been on any missions. And more specifically, if you're a rookie in XCOM, that means you have not fired at or been fired on by an alien. If you're a squatty, you have been on a mission, you have shot somebody, or they have shot you. Actually, I think it has to be you that shot them. And then you get promoted above that. Alright, let's get people kind of lined up here. Well, no. So, any species of navigator gives you the hyperwave decoder. I've already gotten that. Any species engineer gives you information on a single type of enemy UFO or mission type. So if you haven't played the game a lot and you don't know all that stuff, researching them is useful. And any species obviously gives you information on their species. Oh, Nick Swanson is injured. I should probably fix that. So any alien gives you information on their species, and then any alien medic gives you information on a different random species. But mostly it's sectoids, ethereals, navigators, leaders, and commanders. Those are the 5 categories you need to research. Actually, for psionics, it's specifically a sectoid leader. A sectoid leader or commander will give you psionics. The other sectoids don't have psionic powers, only the leaders and commanders. I'm going to move Nick Swanson. Well, he can stay there for right now. Okay. Duck back around. Heal up. Give him some painkillers. Yeah, I think all the remaining mutons may well be inside that UFO. Nope, I was wrong. I tell a lie. Hush my mouth. You know what they say about assumptions. Make an ass out of you and Umption. I presume Umption is the name of this, this muton here. How useful are getting psionics? Incredibly useful. Psionics break the game. They're so powerful. In fact, like, not getting psionics is one of the classic challenge runs in this game. Just because they're so powerful, they make the game... They change the game completely once you have them. And the game is also quite a bit different when you're fighting aliens who have them, to be honest. Tyron, have you step back. Put Scion there. Yes, psionics are unlimited range. You can control anything you can see. Your success chance goes down as range increases, so range does have an effect, but it doesn't stop you. If you have powerful enough, like, trained psionic operatives, they can just stay in the Sky Ranger and mind control everyone. Alright. Hello? Hello. There we go. 6 dead mutons, 8 guns, or probably 6 guns and a couple of grenades, 50 more Illyrium. Fantastic. Does the UFO have monitors lining the outside walls? No, I don't think so. I think it's just... I mean, it might, actually. Who knows? Some accuracy for Nick at 8 to the K, which is nice. So, yep, cool. And a bunch more promotions! Promotions! Okay, we just got a whole bunch more soldiers in Mar-a-Largo, so if you want a soldier, you can be part of the B team. In 21 days, we will have a Sky Ranger. We will start running missions out of Mar-a-Largo as well. And to aid in that, we are actually going to start transferring some significant weaponage over there. Transfer a heavy laser. We're going to transfer... let's make it 14 heavy plasmas and... Yeah, not enough storage space. Okay, let's make it 10 heavy plasmas, 22 clips, plus the heavy laser. I have 7 Snakemen soldiers in storage. God, I can't really do anything with them either. Once we get the workshop and the other living quarters, we'll start manufacturing stuff here as well. But so you can see, we have a tank. We've got another tank coming, I think. A couple of rocket launchers, laser rifles, some personal armor. We need more armor in Mar-a-Largo. So I'm gonna start putting people in armor here. The B team is not going to be as well equipped as the A team, at least not at the start of things. But you know what? Can be done. Alright. I think Matthias Kalkov was actually somebody. Galdir. Yeah, so, down here we have... Realms 32, who is a... Wow. This guy is actually already pretty much a vet. Like, literally. Because he's got high reactions, high firing accuracy, and high strength. I'm going to call him a sharpshooter heavy weapons. We've got... Tora Nielsen, who is a heavy weapons guy, but a brave one. He's kind of a grunt heavy weapons guy. Let me capitalize Nielsen. Nah, I'm going to leave it. Actually, that will help me distinguish him from Mook soldiers. And we've got... Yeah, we can have Dong Knight too. Dong Knight Jr. Dong Knight Jr. is a scout, but a coward. And that's all for now. We'll get some more over time. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Mar-a-Largo soldiers. Members of the Trump alien management team. I guess. And we're finally getting them some guns as well. Plus they have 2 tanks. Alright, we've completed the production of the Firestorm. What else do we need? We have 99 Illyrium right now. We have to save some for fuel. Let's craft 2 more plasma beams. So, that's the Firestorm right there. It needs guns. We don't have any guns. That's why we're giving it plasma beams right at the moment. So, basically, a grunt is somebody whose stats are balanced but not impressive. A scout, for me, the defining characteristic of a scout is a soldier with a reaction score of 50 or higher. That gives them good odds of being able to take reaction fire. It also means, even if they've moved some, so it means they can move around and still support other soldiers. It also means they're more likely to get a shot in if they run in front of an alien, instead of being just sniped and killed. Hey, Cats are Evil, doing well. High time units and stamina are also good, but non-essential. Basically, for a scout, you need reactions over 50. For heavy weapons, you need strength over like 30, 35, something like that. For sharpshooter, you need firing accuracy over 60. And for veteran, you need all of the above, pretty much. Reactions, there's leeway on reactions, because that's hard to train. But you need high firing accuracy, high strength, high time units, and ideally also high health and bravery to be a vet. Okay, so, Corona Nostra I'm just kind of leaving here for right now. Snowwolfer has plasma beams, he can perform interceptions, but I don't really want to use him much more than I have to. Here in Mar-a-Largo, Interceptor 3 has a plasma beam. I could use another one. And of course, the Firestorm's gonna have plasma beams, and we're gonna get another Sky Ranger over here in July. Okay, we've got another alien Retaliation, but it's aiming for Siberia, which is not where we are. So I think I should be okay, actually. Yeah, because they're searching around, but I don't think they're gonna land. Yeah, they're heading out. They didn't find me. Okay, we got those plasma beams. Now let's get... I want to keep my Illyrium because I need it. I would like some blaster bombs. They cost Illyrium, unfortunately. Yeah. I think right now I'm just gonna focus on making money with my manufacturing. And there is a Snake Man Retaliation Scout. Let's send out the Firestorm. I just want to show you this. I'm not going to send out the Firestorm much unless I have to, because it does eat Illyrium as fuel, but let's send out the Firestorm. And watch how fast this thing is. It's actually faster than the UFOs. We completed research of the Mind Probe, so we can now use that. We can now use it to display an alien's characteristics. We click on any alien, any that we can see, and display its characteristics, including what type it is. Yes, blaster bombs are ammunition for the blaster launcher. You need them in order to use it. If you run out, you can't use them, and they cost 3 Illyrium a pop to make. I am going to research the alien grenade, since I have a whole bunch of those, and that will be a quick and easy research. And we're just gonna shoot... Oh my god, I forgot to give him any guns. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. Jesus Christ. Okay, Sir Dong Knight, go kill this guy, please. Okay, he's in our radar now. Firestorm. You can see we've already used up almost all of our fuel, so return to base. Fuck. That was stupid. I don't know why you guys watch me, I really don't. I do this dumb shit all the time. Okay, shot him down. They really think I'm in Siberia. They really legitimately believe deep in their hearts that I am in Siberia. I could have sworn I gave this firestorm... Yeah, I didn't give it any guns. No, Aniros, the only technology I'm still looking for is the Psi and an alien commander. Yep, they really do sincerely believe that I'm in Siberia. They're tooling along, looking for me. I am not going to try to shoot this battleship down. A firestorm is a lot tougher than an interceptor, but a firestorm with plasma beam still cannot destroy a battleship. How much Illyrium did that dumb shit cost? Let's see. If we look, we had 66. If we look at our Illyrium stockpile now, it is 62. So it cost me 4 Illyrium. Not the end of the world, but irritating. Okay, and there we go. We made another, got plus 800 grand that month. Our income is now up to about 9,600,000. Our maintenance is over that by about 1 million, but that's fine. We're still doing okay. Yeah, everyone's happy with us and has increased their funding. And we finished research on the alien grenades. You can see it does 90 high explosive damage. It hurts, but it doesn't penetrate power armor all that well. Now, I am actually going to probably at this point, I'm finally going to research those plasma pistols that I've had all this time. We'll start kind of swapping them in instead of laser pistols as sidearms for heavy weapon troopers. Although we probably will stop getting ammunition for them fairly soon. But we'll research them. We can now make alien grenades, and we've made the general stores in Mar-a-Lago, so we can now afford to transfer some more stuff to them. So let's transfer to them. What shall we give them? What do we have that we want to give them? Let's transfer the rest of our heavy weapon platform rockets, for one thing. Let's also transfer some more laser rifles. And I've given them... Let me give them some more heavy plasma clips. 8, that'll be fine, so they'll have 10 rifles, 30 clips. And other stuff they can actually make in-house once they get some engineers in their workshop upright. No, Tor. The plasma defense is a defense that is turrets that shoot plasma. It sounds really cool, but it's honestly not that good. Base defense in this game, base defense guns aren't really a thing. Alien Retaliation in North America? Ah, fuck. Okay. Let's shoot this guy down. If not, he might find Mar-a-Lago, and Mar-a-Lago is not ready to hold off an attack. Mar-a-Lago actually needs to buy. They have any rocket launchers? They got 2 rocket launchers. Okay, that's good. They got prox grenades. Buy some electro flares. Buy some stun rods. And let's hire in the engineers, as we are going to start using them this month. I mean, I could build a base in Siberia filled with plasma defenses, but here's the thing, right? So what defenses do is, if you have enough of them, they enable you to shoot down the battleship that's coming to attack you, right? That sounds good and all, but unfortunately, shooting down the battleship doesn't have any effect. Like, it stops them from finding you, it stops them from attacking you, but they still know where you are, and they will just send another battleship. They won't stop sending battleships until you let them attack the base and beat them. What's the cheapest item in the game? I think it's flares. Okay, so that's a scout for a terror mission. I'm actually going to let them be. I'm going to let this scout finish its scouting and leave, because it's looking in Central Asia. That means the terror ship will come to Central Asia. I'll be able to intercept it with the firestorm and shoot it down. And that should be just fine. Go ahead, little scout. Search around to your heart's content. Wait, never mind. It landed. I'm going to intercept it. It landed. I'm gonna steal its juices. For crew, let's take Triff with us this time. Actually, let's take Patui. I don't think he's been out in a little while. Does everyone have power suits? Everyone has power suits. We've got our crew ready to go. We've got our smoke bombs, our grenades, our med kits, our flares, our heavy plasmas. Let's take rocket launchers. Heavy lasers, and to be honest, I'm actually going to take mainly laser rifles. I'm just going to take a couple of heavy plasmas, because I don't like wasting heavy plasma ammo if I don't have to. And you know what? This time, let's take some alien grenades. Just some. May not use it, but we'll use them. SDK, I cannot send the B team yet, because they do not yet have a transport. We don't have a hangar in Mar-a-Lago yet, so we don't have a Sky Ranger there, so we can't send them because they literally can't go. So we've got 2 rocket launchers, 6 laser rifles, 4 heavy lasers, that's 12, and then 2 heavy plasmas. Good, that's 14. We're also going to send Sir Dong Knight out just to try and cover them in case they take off before we get there. And this is actually going to be a night mission. Our first night mission in quite some time, if I recall correctly. Jogera, you can have a rocket launcher. You're pretty beefy. Take away the smoke and the procs, because you're going to need a laser pistol sidearm. You can keep the procs, actually. You're good. You, Pedro, you can also have a rocket launcher. Gonna have to rejigger your fantubulations a little bit here. You need that. You need that. Oniros can carry extra ammunition. And a laser rifle. You can also carry an alien grenade or 2. And maybe a spare one of those. Another alien grenade. That's fine. Acres, we've got smoke. Let's actually put that in the belt, swap that out. Give you an alien grenade. Tui, how did you get out here without power suits? I thought I checked that. Fuck you, Tui. Diorad, you're a sharpshooter, so you can have a heavy plasma. Tyron, you get that. Ballin Stalin, you get a laser rifle, because you're only a grunt. Dr. Angel Machine, you're a sharpshooter, so you could get a heavy plasma, but we'll see. Who has the heavy plasmas? A to the K has a heavy plasma? No. A to the K gets a laser rifle. And a rocket, and a grenade, and another one of those. So, let's give Demongo the heavy plasma. Dr. Angel can have the laser rifle. Alien grenade. Anyone else not have a gun? Looks like everyone has a gun. Good. There's the UFO. You can actually, I'm gonna need you to swap here. Get the second smoke out. The shoulder and leg slots are just extra storage. For some items, like you could put grenades and stuff there. For some items, they're slightly faster than your belt, but I just tend to put things in the belt because that's what I think of first, because that's where, like, the med kits go and where the pistols go and stuff. The shoulder slots, I believe the shoulder slots are slightly faster for pulling grenades out of. But it's a difference of like 2 time units. It doesn't honestly matter all that much. I'll tell you what. Here, hold up. Did you drop a... Give that to him. To Joe Gary. And then maybe he can throw it kind of in this direction. Yeah, that gives us a little better light. Yep. They're shooting at us, boys. We can actually see inside for some reason. That's weird. So, yeah. Kind of right next to it. Not a lot of good cover. Stand right there. I don't trust that building. I don't trust that building one damn bit. And I'm gonna do something about it. I trust that building slightly more now. Are those arcade machines? No, that is the alien navigation. That right there. When we loot the alien navigation, we have to have that. If that is destroyed in the battle, then we won't get alien navigation from this. All the things that you loot, like all the artifacts and stuff, are actual physical items on the geomap. So the engine is this blob right here that we haven't seen yet, but I'll show you at some point, an alien engine. If it's destroyed, we don't get the Illyrium at the end of the mission. These are alien navigation. There's also... And we also don't get the UFO power source if that's destroyed. So, you know, it's... the reason why we don't get those things when we have shot down UFOs is actually that those physical items have been destroyed. It's really kind of cool. Let's get some light out. Get some more light out. Pedro, I see a brick wall up there. Don't like that. We're probably... This could easily be a mission where someone dies, because, like, someone could walk out of here, and if they have a heavy plasma, they could just shoot. And there's really nothing I can do about it. Except, try to have enough covering fire to kill them, but that's unlikely in a small UFO like that. So let's get Noor kind of back behind cover a little bit. Neros, where don't we have light? We've got pretty decent light coverage. Oh yeah, grenading the reactor room really seems like it would make sense, doesn't it? Yeah, but it steals all your loot. Also, the reactor's fuck. Hello? Hi, Snake Man. How did I not see you? Come on now. You're literally on fire. Fuck. Alright, I would like to not use the heavy plasmas if I don't have to, just to save their ammunition. Drop that. Good. What? You don't want to earn my trust? Come on, man. It'll be fun. Does strength determine throw range? Yes. Yes, it does. And throwing skill, throwing accuracy, determines the odds of the thrown object landing where you want it to be. Okay, the rest I'm not gonna pull these other 4 outside of the Sky Ranger right now because I'm worried that they will be shot. Or grenaded or something. So, there it is. Let's end and see how bad it is. Wow, I'm surprised, to be honest. Interesting. We're actually blocked off from the UFO by this fence. Well, I guess A to the K is just knocking on the door there. Let's get Tyron over here inside the house, where he has a little bit of cover. Anti-Magnus also inside the house. We're going to try to use this house as a sniper post. There is a Snake Man on the other side of the building. Who has an alien grenade? A to the K does. I don't want to use up your remaining time units. Let me see if I can get an angle to shoot him. I don't think I can. Let's just get over there. Slap the other rocket in. I can probably catch him in the splash from a rocket, but that's not really quite good enough. Kneel down here. A to the K. Get over back there. That will protect you somewhat. Well, not from straight shots, really. Pedro can slap another rocket in. Move up that way a little. Actually, move up further. Nah, I want you to stay there. Nor, get over there. Oneiros. More light, please. Tui can stay back here, because he's in light armor. Hey, Perun. Nice to see you, dude. Glad you could join us. Sorry about always running these things when you're, unconscious, but... it is what it is. Oh, there's one... See, okay. I have to complain about this just a little bit. This is, like, the one thing that actually kind of pisses me off about this game. That guy right there. You know why I didn't see him? Your vision doesn't update until you move. And ever. Nobody's vision ever updates until they move. And if you move in such a way that turns you away from somebody, even if they were right in front of you, you won't see them because your vision doesn't update until after that first move. So that guy was just standing there in front of the door, and I didn't see him because I was moving in other directions. Despite the fact that his presence would be blindingly, shockingly obvious. That's like the one big exasperation that I have with this game. Or one of the few. Yeah, Perun, we went to your home continent and blew up one of your major cities. It's gone. No, dude, I don't think you quite understand. I didn't allow the aliens to destroy Melbourne. I preemptively destroyed Melbourne. I just... Fucking what? How in the name... Well, I hit him at least. Could you shoot him? Apparently so. Okay, it doesn't look like these guys are carrying heavy plasmas either, which I definitely don't understand. At this point, really, these aliens should be carrying heavy plasmas. At least if they want to live. Okay, that guy had one. I've seen a couple of them, but that guy's just got, it looks like, the pixelation's too great. I can't tell if it's a pistol or I think it's a pistol. I think it's a rifle. Pretty sure it's a rifle. So I've killed 3, 4... some number of them. Probably the majority. Alright. Hello, friend. Oh god, that is a heavy plasma. Shit. Okay, one of them got a lucky shot. There's 3 of them in there. Which means that's probably all of them, but Deorod is unfortunately dead. Hello, friend. No, actually, 2 of them are just standing outside, like idiots. Okay, you know what? I take back my complaint. Most of these guys are, in fact, using heavy plasmas. They're doing the smart thing. They brought the big guns. Let's get Anti-Magnus up here. So he can snipe through that window. Look, Perun, it was a necessary sacrifice. There were chrysalids in it. You wouldn't have wanted it anymore anyway. Honestly. Once the chrysalids have gotten in, you know what, it's better to start over. Hey, Dr. Angel, no, very few people have been killed. Deorod just bit it, unfortunately. Rip Deorod, but, beyond that, we're doing alright. Let me take out some more fencing. There aren't that many of them left. I think it's just the one that's inside there. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong about that before. Can I please just shoot this? He hit the 2nd floor again. God damn it, Pedro. Acres... Yep, stay back there. Tui, just stay there. Dr. Angel Machine. Let's get you over here, where you can help breach in a minute. And Demongo 2007. Likewise. Jogiri. Yeah, go over here in this building. Alright. Are you fucking kidding me? And no reaction fire. No reaction fire whatsoever. Nobody. Not you. Not you. You have 60 reactions, Scion. 8 of the K had, like, pretty much full-time units and 53 reactions. Fuck you guys. God damn it. Any snakes in here? No. Okay, well, at least we got the Illyrium. It's hilarious that fucking 2 guys have died on this mission when the last few missions pretty much nobody has died. But, you know what? That's XCOM. That is what happens in XCOM. Anyway, we have at least one more out there somewhere. How many suits worth of Illyrium do I get? 10. Out of this ship, I get 50 Illyrium, which is 10 suits of power armor. We're gonna read through that in just a minute here. Joe Gary only has one rocket left. I'm probably going to expend it not there, because that's an orchard. But there's another building up there, it looks like. Yeah, no, I mean, snake men are extremely fast. Like, their reaction stat is, if I recall correctly, 70-something. So, like, I get it. They're using the same system I am, and it's fair in that sense. In the sense that I can do the same thing to aliens, and I do the same thing to aliens all the time. It's just frustrating when it happens to you. Tyron. Can you see anything out that window? No? Okay. Why don't you, just burn down a wall real quick to make an exit. Oh no, I'm absolutely going to turn a huge profit on this. I mean, I'm going to capture several heavy plasma guns. Well, there's that snake I was talking about, but unfortunately, now I can't, get out of the line of fire. No, this is honestly going to be a great mission for me. I just wish I hadn't lost 2 people doing it. This is also why you don't take your good veterans on little piddly missions like this, because they still have a chance to die. Galdir, actually that's not correct. The damage is a roll of 0 to twice weapon damage. And armor is subtracted. I don't... off the top of my head, I don't recall if armor is rolled. I don't think so. I think armor is a flat subtraction. So, but yes, it's entirely possible for guns to roll super low and just bounce off people wearing no armor whatsoever. And it's also possible for weapons to roll super high and one-shot people in power armor, which is what's been happening. Happens pretty frequently. Ooh, Anti-Magnus. Could you maybe... Could you? You could. Good job, Anti-Magnus. Thank you. That's why we love the snipers. Now, Joe Gary. Also go up the stairs, please. Yes. Damage rolls in this game are extremely random. But, even so, damage values are so wide that it's pretty clear. Like, weapons have clear bands of superiority. Like, for example, a rifle, one of the standard rifle, or a laser rifle, say. A laser rifle does 60 damage. So, or has a rating of 60. So it can do between 0 and 120 damage. What that means is, it will almost never hurt, like a sectopod. Even though sectopods are vulnerable to lasers, a laser rifle still takes like 30 shots on average to kill one, or something ridiculous, if you're firing into the front. Okay, yep, he's in there somewhere. What are your thoughts on chess? I love chess. I used to play chess competitively when I was a kid. I was in a Texas regional chess tournament when I was a child, and I placed like 6th for my region at age 9. Hey, Drunut. Nice to see ya. Get some light over there. So... Yeah, so you can make the weapon damage less random. Also, high explosive weapons use a less random formula. High explosives are 50 to 100%, 150% instead of 0 to 200%. So bombs and grenades and stuff are actually more reliable, albeit they have a lower cap. I'm from everywhere. Like, literally everywhere. I lived in Texas for several years when I was younger. But I've also lived in... I was born in California. I've also lived in Hawaii, Indiana, Maryland. I currently live in Virginia. I live in Richmond. Joe Gary's out of rockets. Damn. Let's take cover over here. I'm just going to leave Ball and Stalin here. So this is what the reactor looks like, by the way. That little glowy thing. I'm going to leave Ball and Stalin staring in awe at the alien reactor. Nyros can take cover up there. Pedro still has some rockets. Pedro still has one rocket, specifically. And I think I'm going to use it. I'm going to fire it down here and blow open the bottom. Well, actually, I don't want to kill the stairs if the thing's upstairs. We'll decide. We'll figure it out. Okay, it's on the bottom floor. There it is. Excellent. Shoot. Damn, that sucks that I lost 2 guys, though. It was still a good mission, but losing 2 guys and 2 sets of power armor is problematic. Oniris, how does one go to Hawaii and leave again? What do you mean? I mean, by plane. Or by boat, but I went by plane. If you meant, why did I leave again? I was a kid, and my dad was had a job there at the BHP oil refinery, and then he got another job, and so we moved. Honestly, living in Hawaii is not all it's cracked up to be. Vacationing in Hawaii is amazing. Living in Hawaii, you find that it rains all the time if you're on the residential side of the island of Oahu, which is where we lived. And it's incredibly expensive. Like, it costs the fucking earth. Okay, Tyrant got some good level ups. Demongo got some decent ones. Dr. Angel Machine got +3 accuracy. That was solid. But yeah, 50 Illyrium, worth it. Definitely worth it. Scion got promoted, but I lost Noor and I lost Deorad, which were... I mean, Deorad was a sergeant, so... Meh. Losing Noor now, I can live with that. But, I am going to... once again, cut the engineer count making money way down to, like, 30. And let's make some... I could make some flying suits. I need some more power suits. And I can make 3 power suits for the Illyrium cost of 1 flying suit. But I want flying suits for taking on battleship. Primarily, flying suits are good for attacking battleships because you can use them to go in through the top. So I'm gonna make 4 flying suits, which will take 3 days. Ballin, yeah, studying the bodies is something we certainly can do, and I will, just to clear them out and show you guys the information. It's not a priority by any means. It's just something you can do. You know, when you have the time and the energy. So, Mar-a-Lago, 19 days before the workshop gets done. And we have completed the production of our flying suits, so now... let's build some more just bog standard power suits. Like, 8 of them is gonna be 40 Illyrium. That should be fine. Alright, we've hit the research of the plasma pistol. So you can see they have auto, snap, and aimed. Decent accuracy, fairly low TU cost. Auto only takes 30%, so you can auto 3 times with them. Let's now research the plasma pistol clip real quick. And then we'll do some body research. Alien Retaliation, Snake Men in Central Asia. Well, let's, I'm probably going to call this stream pretty quick, because it has been going for about 4 hours, which is about how long I tend to stream. Let's send out... Actually, no, let's just wait for a second and see if we can get it to set down so we can attack it again. Hoping they'll set down. Let me send out Sir Dong Knight here to see him. Hey, Mar-a-Largo's got another living quarters, which is good. I am almost out of money. I am legitimately almost out of money. How much do these cost again? 42 grand? Let's take 15 guys off of that and put them on that. And let's see what we can sell real quick. We can sell some plasma rifles. We can sell some corpses. And we can sell some... Oh, I think I hit cancel. I don't think I actually sold that. Yeah, let's sell the plasma rifles. Sell the bodies. That'll be fine. And then for manufacture, it says we have 5 more power suits to go. That will use up almost all of our Illyrium. Yeah, let's cut that down to 6. We'll only make 3 more. I don't know if he's gonna set down. Alright, we're gonna shoot him. Hey, welcome back, Jack Black. Say that 5 times fast. We're probably gonna call it in just a little bit here. There's another Snake Man Terror Scout. So that's fine. He will definitely set down. And yeah, actually, I think I'm probably gonna call it here because I don't really want to jump into another mission right now. But overall, we're doing some good stuff. We are doing God's work here. And in terms of Illyrium, we still got 22 Illyrium on hand. Good stocks of stun bombs for when we finally find somebody we want to stun. I know what I wanted to do. We need to buy autocannons. Because I want to have, like, 10 autocannons in storage. Along with a boatload of HE ammo. Alright. In Terror from the Deep was a much more kind of three-dimensional game in some ways, so yeah, using the what was it, the Magna armor or whatever it was called in Terror from the Deep was useful, but I think it is time to call this stream for today. So, thank you all so much for watching. Really appreciate it. If you liked this, leave a like on the stream to let YouTube know so that it shows it to more people. And if you like what I do, subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell icon to get the notifications or whatever that thing is. Yeah, I think it's the bell icon. And, I'll see you all in the next one. Don't you lie to me, Scion. Greys don't have souls. They're soulless monsters. Alright, guys. I'll see you next time. Thank you so much. Bye.